Thank you, Wallet. And thank you, Nathan, for subbing. Thank you. Hey, Evan. Hey, Little Lisbon. It's always the right way to take it. 2 more minutes and then I shall resurrect like your savior. I'm a big dog, Harvey, don't assist me. Hi, Mr. Tom. Cat. Are you serious? Okay, hang on. What's funky about it? Is it like wait. Hang on. Voice loaded compared to music. Oh wait, no, I can hear what you're saying. That's weird. Conversation in a nightclub is exactly what I'm going for, but not right now. Did you go to Berghain, Cat? Guys, why am I so quiet? Am I still... Why? Oh no. I took my mic out of my computer so I could record music. Which now feels like the worst idea ever. No, what the hell? What the hell? Why? Hello? Okay, don't boss me around, Mr. Tomcat. What's wrong with the cows? Okay, wait. I don't want to see you until I'm ready to see you. You know what I mean? Like, I want to have my mic situation sorted. Okay? I don't like being bussed. Okay? Guys, what the fuck? What do I do about this? Can you guys hear me loud enough? Or am I so quiet? But then what are we going to do when we watch something with sound? Why is it so quiet? It's oh so quiet. Best Joanna's back. It's oh so... I'm only teasing, Mr. Tomcat. You can occasionally tell me what to do, but it's really an earned privilege. Is the slider all the way up? Yeah, it's all the way to the top. No, it's fine. It's fine. If you're a known entity, it's fine. I have my cloud lifter. Oh my god. Why? I took all of this with me down to Pix because I thought we might do Girl Dozer before I realized that her whole life was a mess. I knew it was going to be a mess, but
look at you.
Thank you. All of this love and I can't even get my shit to work. Thank you, Wallach. Okay. No, I don't want you to lip read either. I am in a situation that feels okay, because I'm telling you guys the weird thing. On my OBS, I'm in the red. So I don't understand. Can someone with knowledge fix it? Okay, no. It's not the gain slider. Okay, it's the volume slider. I got the gain on my focus right. When I turn it down, I go away. But when I turn it up, guys, I'm not happy. I know this is technically my job, but fix it. Hi, Baruch. Did Mossad supply the mics? Well, if Mossad, here's the thing you have to hand to Mossad. If Mossad supplied the mic would work. Now it's too much. Okay, I'm working on it. Okay. Do I go and come back? Are we going to do this all night? Are we going to do this little dance all night? Can you hear me fine? Is it all right? I'm like a whisper. Great. I still sound Australian. Well, I mean, that I can't really fix. That's just who I am, you know? Okay, well, someone told me it was too loud. I'm living in a life. Okay, hang on. Everyone, now I'm hot. You've overwhelmed me. Hang on. This is a wool bomber. Let me work this shit out. Okay. Everything. Perfect. Okay, guys, I'm not touching anything. Okay? We're going to stick with this. And if you don't like it, I'm just going to have to... It's got to be another day that I fix it. Okay? Because it was too much for us to monitor. I've been away for so long. Okay. So, first of all, I'm sorry for my absence. There's a few reasons for it. One is I had a creative project. Two is... And you have to understand this. I'm an artist. I'm going to disappear sometimes. I need my liberty. I need my freedom. It's part of the ride here. Okay, I'm just going to piss off sometimes. I'll come back. 2 is also as an artist, I had lost myself. I needed some time. I thought I was exhausted. I was depleted. I needed to create some things just for me that nobody could see, to remind myself about my taste and what interests me and what I like when I'm just making for me. So that's where I went. And I went to help Pixel because I'm an amazing friend. Someone had to help her move. And yeah, I decided that was going to be me. Yeah. So that's where I went. That's all the personal news. Thank you, Nathan. I'm sorry if I'm quiet. Okay. Next, we have situations to monitor. I've been away for a while. Luckily, nothing has really changed. That's how we like the situation to be when I'm not here. So, does monitoring the situation have a meme origin, or is it your stream the origin? I think it had a meme origin, but we took it very seriously, and it became something that also is a meme within the stream. We are situation monitors here. Nothing happens when I'm not around. And that's the way we like it. It's like, I like to think that I personally keep the nothing ever happens bros in business with my occasional disappearances. Okay. Situations that we have to monitor today. I don't need these in right now. We will be monitoring Iran. Obviously, our baby, Operation Epic Fury. We need to monitor that. We need to monitor what's going on with the ceasefire agreement. And then obviously the obvious offshoot from monitoring Iran and Operation Epic Fury is monitoring Israel and Lebanon. So we will also monitor that as a part of, that's a monitor within a monitor. We'll be monitoring that situation internally within our Operation Epic Fury. Monitoring will also monitor Israel and Lebanon. Then we will move all eyes on the Eastern Front because shit is popping off in Ukraine, because Ukraine is fucking winning. And no thanks to anybody but Ukraine, by the way. So we will be looking on the Russia special military operation. We'll be checking on the losers. No, but we really will be checking in on the losers because, sorry, I have a bad shoulder. We will be looking in on the losers because losers act weird. I mean that in like the most genuine sense. Putin 10 years ago or 15 years ago versus Putin today, very different men in terms of instead of, sorry, I just got distracted. Your ability to predict what he'll do is very different today than it would have been 10, 15 years ago. In the same way, like a lot of these old men who kind of built themselves personalist regimes built around themselves. Yeah, I mean, they start acting weird when shit doesn't go their way and they get old and they're looking at a situation where there's like no off-ramp. They start acting in unpredictable way. Hey, someone is giving 3% of their GDP to Ukraine, unlike others. But yes, you go, hey, and Ukraine thanks you for your 3%, I'm sure. But you also have to just hand it to Ukraine that a lot of their gains have come from their own prowess in areas like drone warfare and these autonomous vehicle machine weapon type things because it's really shifted. I mean, also, this, I don't want to be giving props to everyone because if I do it, I have to talk about the fact that, you know, Elon cancelling Starlink in the region gave Ukraine a massive hand up. I don't want to be talking about that, man, you know? So it's like, maybe we'll just give it all to Ukraine, okay? Then Once we've done the Eastern Front, we also have to, here's a problem. Here's the problem, my friends. Russia is low-key kind of threatening to invade Europe. I don't know. It's kind of, I don't think it'll happen. Okay, but I've said such things before and been wrong. I don't think it's going to be a hinterland for a hinterland sort of situation. I think there's a lot of bluster happening, but we will monitor. That cow is pissing. You guys can't see the cows anymore. Hang on. We will monitor it nonetheless. Okay, so a little bit of Europe. A little bit of European monitoring. I don't like to monitor Europe. No offense to you guys, but like, you know. We will monitor it slightly. Then we should monitor Cuba and you think Russia will invade the Baltics? We'll get there. Yeah, we should look at Cuba and Bolivia. But I have to be real with you guys. I don't know fuck all about Latin America and Central America. I don't think I'm the right person to cover it. I know about the Middle East. Go me. North Africa down to the Sahel. Basically, you cut off when the side comes around, just cut from there. And I know the top bit. The new states of Eurasia, so post-Soviet states, anywhere that Islam exists, I kind of know about it. Latin America is not big for Islam. So I don't really know what's going on. I would like you to know I'm aware things are going on. But the extent to which we'll monitor that situation, probably light. We're monitoring, it's kind of like, okay, we should also monitor the DRC and Ebola, right? But the thing is, in saying that, it's kind of already monitored. Because what am I going to say beyond that? There's an Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And that is bad. It sucks as well because the DRC is already dealing with what's happening in Sudan and South Sudan. It sucks from the perspective of US aid cuts. It sucks from the perspective of medical anthropology, where a lot of people are feeling like bodies are being held because of, French colonialism or the West, not because they don't want sickness to spread. This is complicated, but also it's not complicated. And then we're going to get to, we might also watch a Preston Stewart video on Ukraine, because I'm not super up to date with what's happening on the ground. So we might want to check in with a buddy. And then we get to check in on the best thing ever. Actually, it's Europe news. We're actually going to cover Europe. We're going to cover news coming from Vatican City. My boy Leo. My boy Leo released his encyclical. His number one moral teaching, most important thing he can release. Released it. An encyclical is basically, if there's a moral question of the day, the issue of your time, the Pope, as God's representative on this earth, is supposed to provide moral guidance on said issue. Okay, he's supposed to put out the AI letter. Pussies, it's 42,000 words. To call it a letter, he provides guidance on the issue of the day. So Pope Francis, who previously was my number one guy, Pope, he did his encyclical on climate change. Okay, the number one pressing issue of the day. Pope Leo has chosen to do his encyclical on AI. The interesting thing about Pope Leo is that his namesake was the Pope at the time of the Industrial Revolution, and this encyclical has been released on the 150th anniversary to the day of the encyclical that the original Pope Leo, hey Jimmy McBuff, thank you so much, to the day that the old Pope Leo released his encyclical on workers' rights, given how the Industrial Revolution changed. It's often something the Pope calls for Butlerian jihad. The Pope doesn't, Spirit, the Pope doesn't have to do anything. He's the Pope. The Pope chooses in this moment to intervene at a time when we all need moral guidance, when we desperately crave moral guidance, to offer it. But, you are making a good point, because this Pope is big on appealing to the youth. And while the last Pope Leo was about 100 years too late when it came to the Industrial Revolution and was kind of writing after the impacts were being felt, this Pope Leo is jumping in while things are being built. He's like, no. I am, Kat? The Magnifica Humanitas is not an anti-AI document. It's a neutral document. It raises and to be honest, how I keep saying to you guys, oh, I really want to get into AI. I really want to learn as much as I can about AI so I can be an AI person when it comes to debating AI and be really knowledgeable. My biggest problem with doing that has been that so many people have been involved. Like, so much of the writing, so much of the commentary on AI is from people who are profiting from AI or from people who are completely degrowth. Degrowth isn't where they belong, these anti-AI people. Ahmed, thank you. It's great to see you too. Guys, you stop streaming and suddenly it's like you've never spoken a word before in your life. I've never spoken out loud, apparently. This is the first time. Okay. Yeah, but the problem I've had is that, like, a lot of the commentary on AI has either been from people directly profiting from it, or from people who hate AI completely. And it's kind of annoying because there are some things where it's like, if you actually took the issue seriously, we could fix things, right? So for instance, this water issue. I looked into it a little bit. Now, I'm not a science guy. I'm a people guy. But I looked into this water issue, and part of the problem is the system being used to cool the data centers is evaporative cooling. So, like, think about your nana's house and the air conditioning unit she had where you poured in water and that water kind of evaporated into cold spit bubbles in the air, and that cooled everything down. Basically, the most inefficient form of cooling you could ever think of in your life. Kawatola! Thank you. Just think, like, what's the worst way I could cool something down? And that's kind of become the default in AI. So my reading, my perusing, my browsing has told me there's something called liquid cooling, or immersion cooling, I think it's also called, where it's like water. Guys, I don't know science, but I'm going to tell you like I do. Water is actually much better. Liquid is much better at cooling things down. So if you put the water directly into the bits that get hot, I don't know what I was reading. But if you do that, it's called liquid cooling or maybe immersion cooling. Then it saves a bunch of water because you can recycle the same water. The same water can be cooling shit down. It requires a lot less water. It cools things down a lot faster. Okay, so then just create a policy that mandates that as the default, or create incentives that mandate that as the default way to, guys, thank you. Just create policy. Like, instead of being like, I'm against AI because it uses so much water. valid concern. Immersion cooling, yeah. So it's immersion cooling or liquid cooling. It's just not reasonable to do that. What do you mean? Are you teasing me? Are you teasing me? Yeah, people who hate people. The thing about AI as well, this is the one thing that makes me, I have been using it. I'm a user. I know, crucify me, guys. Quit the stream. I fucking use Claude. Oh my God, killer. Crucify her. Yeah, I use it. I do, okay? Kill me. The thing that I find when it comes to AI is people love to say, oh my God, AI makes your life so much easier. AI makes your life so much easier. AI is brilliant. AI improves your life. AI makes your life. AI doesn't make things easier. AI makes things faster. This is true with many tech advancements. It doesn't make things easier. It makes them faster. Okay. So that doesn't make my life, because I can do something faster, doesn't necessarily mean that I can do it better. That doesn't necessarily mean that I benefit from doing it faster. It just means that I can do it faster. In the same way, this is true with all technological advancements. We assume as society becomes more fast-paced, and this is what annoyed me. I'm like, look. Look. Someone got very pissed off yesterday because they wanted to stream about the encyclical yesterday. I wanted to stream about the Pope's teachings yesterday, but at 42,000 words, at a skim, that's going to take me about 4.5 hours. Okay? At a skim. Not processing these important, deep, and complex theological teachings, skimming so I can say I read the whole thing. Okay? At a skim, 42,000 words, I assume is going to take me about 4.5 hours. How 2 hours after it was released were people making content on it? That just straight up pissed me off because I'm like, okay, well, you used AI to read it or you didn't read it proper. Like it's not possible. Hi guys. Hi Jedi. Hang on, my shit moved. The chat's meant to be here. Thank you. The audio mix is meant to be over here. Thank you. That's better. Now I can see you guys. We're monitoring Jedi. We're monitoring. We've got our baby Operation Epic Fury and our sub baby Israel and Lebanon. We're monitoring Ukraine, because all is not quiet on the Eastern Front, and we are monitoring the Pope in Vatican City. Yeah, so I got really, I did the obvious thing to do in any situation like that and self-sabotaged and got upset. Sulked. I don't know what the average speed of reading is, but I know that 42,000 words is like a master's thesis, and I know that reading a master's thesis takes me about 4.5 to 5 hours, depending on how complex the situation is. Okay? The situation being Alex Karp's thesis is not 42,000 words. It is short and it is complex, but not because the ideas are complex, because I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Because he does a little bit of Frankfurt School stuff like Adorno, but then he's like, also Freud. Yeah, okay, if you're a speed reader and took no breaks, sure. But it's not like theological writings aren't, I'm not reading someone's blog. I'm not reading someone's diary, you know? I'm reading, the opening sentence is a choice being like, yo, do you want to build the Tower of Babel? Or do you want to rebuild the city of Jerusalem? And if you're not familiar with Christianity and the stories within it, you don't even understand what that means. You don't even understand what that means. So I'm assuming that everyone who read it that far, I mean, there are a couple of embargoed copies. So, yeah, the Babel thing did end badly because and that's kind of the point. The point is, are you going to involve everyone in the creation of this and have a diversity of input and create it for the greater good of humanity? Or are you building it out of pride? And because are you a small group of people building it for pride because you want to reach the heights of God and make mini gods out of yourselves. So the point is kind of, he didn't use AI. He didn't use AI to write that. I guarantee you, and there have been people being like, the Pope used AI. The Pope did not use AI. You can Ahmed, that's really my thing with AI too, is like when I'm using Claude, I'm using it for sometimes I just need someone to talk to. I'm using it for very mundane things, right? Which I get the environment. People are like, how dare you? I know. I already said it. I already admitted I'm the bad guy, okay? But I can't use it for any research. I can't use it. I understand people are like, oh, it does great. I don't trust it. And also, my research and my understanding, the process is part of it. So I can't get AI to do the research for me and then read the result. I need to do the research to get the understanding. Okay, yeah, so Stephen, I have so many questions about, okay, how do I put this? Anthropic is the obvious good guy, right? And I think Anthropic's branding is to be the obvious good guy. Even though Anthropic isn't actually all that good of a good guy, there are still major problems with Anthropic. Like, Anthropic loves to be like, oh, we're not on the kill line, you're still being used by the government to do, just because you said no, you're not allowed to like kill people automatically using our software without human intervention, and you drew the line there, doesn't mean that you said that your AI can't be used to do other stuff. I think Anthropic being the good ones who care, it's branding. And it stresses me out. Also, if I had a tinfoil hat, I'd just put it on for 1 second, right? I'm just putting my tinfoil hat on for one. And you know, when I put on my tinfoil hat, I'm about to say the craziest shit imaginable. I want you to understand, this is not a real thing that I'm saying. I don't think this. I don't even close to think it. This was a 3 a.m. thought that I had where I freaked myself out a bit for a minute. And then I was like, Joe, come back to earth. Okay? Joe, just chill out. So Dario Amodei, the Anthropic guy. Amodei means lover of God, if you translate it. Day, Amo, day, lover of God. And now Anthropic is like partnering with the Pope. I was like, is Dario even real though? Exactly. Chill out, Kanye. It's a chill out Kanye thought. It's an absolute chill out Kanye thought. But for a minute I was like, what if he just, have we seen him? Is he real though? Hi, Eucharist. It is branding and I'm suspicious, but it's a gap that needs to be filled, I think. I'm just shaking my fist at the clouds. I need some actual experts and practitioners to be even slightly on my side. Well, this is why I think that Magnifica Humanitas is such an important document, because it was so needed for an exploration of the moral issues from someone who didn't profit. And I did think it was good that Ola was the first to say, we can't be the ones to do this without help. Like, we need outsiders' help. Especially given that all the major AI companies are about to go to IPO, where obviously that's going to create massive financial incentives, which are going to run in opposition to what is required of AI in order to not destroy the world. I know it sounds dramatic. When I say destroy the world, I feel like it sounds like I'm one of those Y2K people who's like, the internet is going to take over. But I'm not saying it as like a degrowther, like a scared, like Luddite at all. I'm saying it because everyone who owns an AI company is like, oh yeah, it's over. Hey, Jess. You think the AI bubble's gonna pop? But yeah, when I say it, I'm like, oh my God, I sound crazy. And then I'm like, hang on, this is what Sam Altman said. This is what Elon Musk says. This is what Dario says. This is what Chris Ola says. Like, this is what they say. So am I crazy when they say it? The funniest thing, JD Vance. Okay, also, JD Vance has been totally, I've heard rumors, and I've heard rumors. I read on Twitter, let's be fucking for real. Guys, I am in a small city in Australia. I've heard from people close to the White House. I've been on Twitter. It looks like, why am I saying it? Now I sound gay as shit, right? If I put any sort of like tone on it, like, you won't believe what I heard. I read it on Twitter. But nonetheless, I read on Twitter that gossip incoming. Trump may be looking to impeach JD Vance because he wants to get rid of him. That's how on the outs he is. Also, JD Vance, if you're wondering if JD Vance is going to read the encyclical, no, because I think you get disqualified from being a Catholic if 2 popes hate you. That's a lot of popes to be hated by. That's crazy. In the same way, like, I really have an issue with sedevacantists because I'm like, you have one job as a Catholic. Like, one major job. And that's the Pope is your guy. You gotta fuck with the Pope. I don't like what you're up to, guys. I don't trust you. Except the Pope. But to be hated by 2 popes, to maybe kill one, and then send an envoy to threaten to kill another, to be like, oh, hey, remember the Avignon papacy? You next, buddy. That's not very Catholic. My undergrad prof has a forthcoming book called Breaking Babel. Oh. No, I think he'll get a boost because here's the thing. Well, it depends. I think he'll be able to explore topics in greater depth in the book. I don't think they'll be the same. I would still read that book, you know? But I'm very interested as well in the more general, like, the Pope, also in the document, the Pope apologizes and takes accountability for slavery, which I think is pretty fucking cool. And he keeps doing the 6-7. He and the kids are tight as. I think this is a good Pope. As I was a big fan of Francis. I know the sedevacantists weren't. I know there were people who didn't like I liked Francis. So when Francis died, I was like, this is no good. And then when they were like, the Pope is American, I was like, this is not good. And then they were like, he has a degree in maths. I was like, this is horrible. This is the worst possible outcome. But it's turned out great. I'm really happy. I'm happy with how things are going. It's difficult to separate the hype man statements from people like Altman from the truth. I know, he's a pathological liar. Altman is just like my father. But it's Ahmed, it's not just Altman, it's all of them. It's all of them. And I agree with this hyping up things, like overstating things, is something that I really feel about Mythos at Anthropic, where they're like, guys, it's so powerful. If we release it, everyone will die. And we won't do that because we're the good guys. I'm like, I don't know. I don't think that shit's that powerful. I think you're lying. In the same way you get rid of a mildly annoying senator by sending them off to a consulate, you get rid of JD Vance by naming him the anti-pope. Chas. He's doing some rebranding, okay? You're allowed to disagree. There's allowed to be disagreements within the Catholic Church. I don't know if you're allowed to fight with the Pope. I don't think that's allowed. I've never fought with a Pope. And I haven't found it particularly hard to avoid that scenario. I know, it's crazy to get 2 cool popes in a row. I really thought, because we had woke Pope Francis, that we were going to get super unwoke Pope to follow. I thought we were going to get very conservative Pope. I was stressed about Maths Pope, but Maths Pope has, it's working out well. Ahmed, popes are not apolitical. It depends on what you mean by political. I mean, look at the very thing that we're looking at right now. Right, this is not a political. This is so political that people don't realize, because they're in the midst of it, and people don't realize how important things are. Magnifica Humanitas will be in Gen Beta. Is that what they're going to be called? The one after Gen Alpha, or Gen Alpha, Gen Beta, whatever is coming. It will be in their textbooks, whatever their textbooks happen to look like in the future. Hi, Royal Slyness. Drip Pope. It's big as in people will literally struggling for work when it's cutting out jobs at a high rate, polygraph detector. This is in Magnifica Humanitas. We don't talk about guys, I was thinking about the Crusades today. I thought of you guys. I was listening to true crime because I'm a girl. And I was, this guy was going on a super duper hike or something at a place called Hadrian's Wall. And they were like, it's a Roman wall in England. And I was like, what the fuck does that mean? And then I was like, this is what they were telling me about. The Romans, they were there. There's no need to fight this Pope. We don't need to fight the Pope. We're friends with the Pope. The Pope is a friend of the stream. Okay? I don't want anyone fighting this Pope. We fight with the Pope. By his side. Ahmed, this Pope has actually been quite vocal on Israel and Gaza, and quite vocal on the war with Iran. Imagine being Gen Beta and you just have to accept it. Yeah. It's like being Gen X. It's already happened. What are the White Walkers? I don't watch that show. I know you're referring to that show. I've never seen it. And I won't. There are certain things that I won't do. I won't watch Game of Thrones. I won't get my ears pierced, and I won't go to Japan. And that's part of who I am now. Wokey pokey. I believe they were in England as part of the Crusades. Why do girls like true crime so much? There are so many reasons. One, oh my God, let me count the ways. Women are constantly in danger and told they're in danger, and this is a way to vicariously experience that danger in a way that makes you feel like you could understand it and outsmart it, and gives you a sense of security as you access the experience without being directly affected by it. Women also like to solve things, solve problems, solve puzzles, use their brains, and do it as a part of community. A lot of armchair communities are built around solving true crime. An identity of negation, you're so right. And there are other things, Well, I don't have my ears pierced because my mom said I couldn't get them done until I was 16. And when I was 16, I was like, well, now that's a really scary idea. Why the fuck would I stick a needle the whole way through a piece of my body? That seems wild. No. What's the other one? I won't watch Game of Thrones because a lot of unnecessary rape, and I just am not. I don't like. There was a period of time where it was like, hey, this is fantasy, but it's history, but it's fantasy, no, make up your mind. It's the same way. Once you realize that Harry Potter is just a private school with magic, kind of becomes a bit lame. It's like you didn't really fantasy hard enough if you weren't able to fantasy your way out of private boarding school. Game of Thrones, it doesn't appeal to me because I'm like, okay, it feels like rape with dragons. So not into that. And then the Japan thing, well, they took my great uncle's head And my dad never let me go to Japan because of that. My dad is dead now, but I feel I should carry the flame. It feels like, yeah, they took my great uncle's head. I should stay mad about that. No, I don't want to play. Women don't want to play a video game because, I'm sorry, it sounds like they should play video games. Unfortunately, women have to do household labor and child rearing. So they need something that they can listen to while they attend to their actual unpaid labor that they are required to do. It would be nice if they could sit on their ass and play video games, but most women who are in true crime communities do not have such a luxury. What about injections? No. I'm allowed to have injections. I've been vaxxed up, baby. Vaxxed. Okay? Because this is what you don't understand. The needle doesn't go the whole way through. Right? The needle doesn't go the whole way through. My issue with the piercing is the needle goes the whole way through. Oh my God, you don't even want to know. Someone just asked me what I thought about JonBenet Ramsey. You're going to throw the whole stream off asking me a question like that. There is one conspiracy theory I live and die by. And it happens to relate to JonBenet Ramsey. It's my one. I let myself have one. I'm not a big conspiracy girl. I think conspiracies ultimately all end up being anti-Semitic. And I don't even like... I told you guys as well on my dating profiles that the thing is like, tell me like your favorite conspiracy theory, because it's my way to like weed out anti-Semitic people. And it is crazy how many there are. It is crazy what people feel comfortable saying to you as the first thing they say. Are you serious? Why the fuck did you think that saying that would appeal to me? That's an insane thing to say to a stranger. But it's a great way to weed people out. Hi, Teresk. But okay. Legit, don't even say that. It makes me uncomfortable. I'm sorry, even if you're Jewish, we can start making jokes once we know each other better, okay? But you can't open with me like that because I'm too on edge. My favorite icebreaker question is something like, who is the villain in your life? The sillier the conspiracy, that tends to be like what I'm more interested in. Ahmed. Me is such a good answer, man. Yeah, bad. That's why I quit. I heard whisperings of an episode called The Red Wedding, and I was like, this show is not for me. Your mum plays Candy Crush when she's relaxing in front of the television or waiting around for something. It's not the same. I like questions. I really pride myself on getting to know people through conversation. Like I want to know, like, I'll ask a question like at your high school, describe a stereotypical member of your high school. Like, what does someone who goes to your high school, what are they like? Or let's say your family is going on holidays. Explain to me what everyone's role is. How does everyone treat the holiday? But then I know people deeply and they mistake that for love. I just want to know. I'm just nosy. It's crazy though how many people like just never get asked questions about themselves. So when they get the opportunity to talk about themselves, it's like it makes a big... Yeah, everyone knows Meth. They sold meth. Exactly. Like, these are things, and now suddenly, you know, I know a lot more about. I think I have let me see if I've got my list. We do need to monitor some situations, guys. Right now we're just monitoring. We're not even monitoring. We're just chatting. I was rewatching Banshees of Inisherin last night, and he's like, I can't be wasting my time with aimless chatting. I need to be making a legacy. And he's like, I didn't say aimless chatting. I said good chatting. That's a great Martin McDonough. It's such a play, but like, okay, here are some of my questions for you. Oh no, this isn't my questions. This is me writing a play. I may have written them in a book and not have them in my phone. I should have them in my phone. Got a lot of weird shit in my phone. Oh, I've got some. Ready? If you did a TED Talk, what would it be about? What do you wish you had more time to do? When was the last time you were really nervous about something? This one's really important for me. Are you a spider killer or a catch and releaser? Tell me about your coolest friend from your childhood. What's the one thing you refuse to spend money on? And I also think the inverse of that question, what's something that you needlessly spend money on? And then I have some draft text messages because obviously I got to draft them all. And I have a maths equation. That's interesting, Jedi. I mean, I don't know. I don't think there's going to be. Well, I assume it's maths. It's 50 times 3.5, but I don't know what I was trying to work out. Guys, look at me. The maths equation, we're not going to deal with. I just tried to think of a name of a complicated equation. There was one, and I don't even. What's the text message at the top? You drafted it? Let me have a look. I'm not going to read it. Oh my God. I actually hate myself. Guys. I'm not doing any complicated maths, okay? And I'm not telling you what the text message is. But you know why I'm not telling you? It's not even anything. It's the text message itself reveals nothing personal. It's more that it's such a chill, nothing text message. The fact that I had to draft it, and you know that I drafted it to vibe check it, that's what's embarrassing. Like, imagine, just to give you a sense of what it's like, hey, yeah, no big deal. Just let me know. It's like one of those messages. The correct answer for the spider question is catch and release. Thank you very much. We love animals. We love the environment. We share space. Now, if you're in New York, it's the mouse. The correct answer is you kill it. But that's because the amount of people who catch mice on like sticky paper and throw them in the bin and let them die that way is diabolical to me. Give me the mouse, I'll kill it, you pussy. I have no problem killing the mouse. I'm not going to let the mouse starve to death in the bin, you freak. No way. I'll kill the mouse. I'll be brave. Take one for the fucking team. I'm not. But I would put up a video of me catching a spider here and releasing it, but I don't think that you guys can cope with that. I don't think you'd like it because it's a huntsman. It's about this big. I don't think you'd handle it. Huntsmen are my friend. And did they be going outside? Well, yeah, I'm going to be the original. How do I kill it? I stomp on its head. Put it in a bag and I stomp on its head. This is if it's I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Poor Cleo, where are you right now? Yeah, I name all the spiders in my house too. Okay, guys, we have to monitor. We have to actually do. We have to be serious. We've been silly. Have I listened to the new Charlie? Yes, obviously. I assume you mean Spring Summer 26 and not rock music? Or do you mean the B-sides? I don't want to kill an animal. I would release the mouse if the mouse were in a position where it could be released. Okay. You guys are being ridiculous. Do you understand that things are happening in the world? We need to cover them. Okay? We have to. We simply must. God. What have you done to me? Okay. Let's start with Iran. We'll just talk about it. It's going to be chill. How have you guys been feeling about Operation Epic Fury? Before we say anything. Oh yeah, you were saying Putin is a weird little guy. That's second. We've got to do Operation Epic Fury first. Putin is the weirdest of the littlest guys. Putin's actually losing his fucking mind, right? Like, I get really skeptical when someone's like, guys, Trump's dying. I'm like, oh, that's sad. That means despair. If people are making up that people are dying, and I mean, yeah, Trump is dying in the same way that I'm dying. If you're at a stage where you're like, no, this man has cancer, it's like, okay, you feel such despair about the situation that death is your only reprieve. You are literally calling up to the sky, calling to the gods, saying, take this man. Take him. Jess, you're putting too much faith into me. Okay. But you'll see it all. Putin's been dying for years. Netanyahu's been dying for years. Like, these people have been dying, according to everyone. To me, I'm like, okay, you're really stressed. That's okay. But Putin and Netanyahu in particular share a lot in common, which I find very interesting, but makes them strategically hard to, because like there are things where you're like, okay, you know, if we were working, and this is why I'm saying this as someone, right? I'm saying this as one of these people. Never, ever, 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 ever listen to or trust international relations experts or anyone who posits themselves as having some education in international relations, whatever, right? Never trust those people because they are almost certainly, in every case, working with a situation in front of them where they are assuming that everyone is a rational actor. Assuming that everyone is going to act the same way that they have historically. So they look at a situation, they go, well, anyone faced with this situation would do blah, blah, blah. And they give you what a person who's not insane would do, given all of the circumstances present. Or even if they say they personalize their interpretation, right? Yeah, don't listen to me, pussies. I don't know how many times I tell you guys this. Don't listen to me. Look at me. Why are you taking opinions from me? If you take your opinions from me and I turn out to be wrong, that's on you. That's no longer on me. You saw everything happening here. You heard everything that's happened up to this point, and you thought, you know what? She's the one I'm going to trust. Yeah, Ahmed, you're right. You have to assume a certain level of rationality. And here's the thing, right? Even the people who who look more at personality, like certain kind of realists who focus in on specific actors, they can make mistakes because to focus in on a specific actor, you look at their past behavior and you assume, are they going to act the same way they've always acted? But this is what I mean about people like Putin and Netanyahu. As they get older, as their legacy feels that it's more important to them, as they lose greater control of the situation, as they have less to lose, so their legacy becomes more important to them, they feel less in control, and they have a whole lot to lose. That's a dangerous person. Okay, here's the thing. I'm partly joking in terms of like, don't trust me. What I'm trying to say when I say don't trust me is I do a lot of prep for stream. I read a lot. I'm very up to date in the news. I follow a lot of people who are respected. I also have an education, which means that I understand how to interpret things and read things and what to consider. That is all true. I am educated and I like to be a trustworthy person. Part of being a trustworthy person is that when I'm saying don't trust me, don't listen to me, is that's me reminding you I can be wrong. Something I say can be very wrong, particularly if it is predictive in any sort of way. Prediction is folly. You ought not predict. It will lead to your downfall. Even, this Mearsheimer and Pape and all of these IR academics who are out and they're in the press and they're yapping, you all criticize the ivory tower because you're like, wow, you're keeping education away from us. You're keeping knowledge away from us. It's trapped in the ivory tower. No, we weren't keeping you out. We were keeping them in. The ivory tower is there to keep old men in, so their expertise has time to percolate through peer review and they're not out here giving minute-by-minute analysis and predicting shit, because that's when they become fucking stupid and lame, right? So what I am saying is listen to me and trust me to the extent that you know that I would never purposefully lead you astray. I'm not the kind to grift unless Peter Thiel is present and wants to give me a whole lot of money. Baby, I'm for sale. But I tell you so often that I'd accept that grift, that if you started to see a significant change in my views, you would know that it had happened. Okay? But I'm not bad intentioned. I don't want to lead you astray. I'm always saying what I truly believe, and I'm always saying something that I have looked into a significant amount. I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. My worst fear is being wrong, but it does happen regularly. And yes, exactly, Ahmed. I said, you heard it on this stream. I said, there is no way Moshtaba Khamenei will be the next Ayatollah. That's crazy. I was wrong. He was. And I have something, guys, I have something to tell you that many of you know if you were here back in the day. And I was not the only, me and every other fucking IR person said this, by the way. Me and every other fucking IR person. I was not confident that Russia would invade Ukraine. Oh, boy, was I wrong. I wasn't like, no, it'll never happen. I was like, if you look at Russia's historic way that they exercise power in ex-Soviet states and satellite states, they tend to do it like this. And so this is blah, 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 blah. Oh, turns out I'm a fucking idiot. And that one was tough. Crew, thank you for subbing. Peter Thiel's not here right now. Hang on, guys. Sorry, I've been yapping about how wrong I am that I just like stopped reading. Bye, Jedi. Oh, you're so definitely gone. I can always tell you how I come to an idea. I'll always tell you where I got it. I love to pass the buck. Dun, 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 dun. What's an IR person? International relations, like someone who's done a degree in international relations or works in that space. The interesting thing about IR as well is like, because I'm going to talk when we do, God, are we ever going to fucking monitor the situation? When we do monitor Russia, there's this like assembly of experts, of IR experts. The interesting thing about IR experts is that you have half which are kind of from academia or political life, right? They've worked as staffers, they've worked within the bureaucracy, and then the other half kind of come the military route. So it depends on kind of what IR you're talking about, but it's usually... Why am I always hating on AI doomers? I'm not hating on AI doomers. I am trying to find a neutral middle ground, which so far I've only seen traversed by the Pope. I'm not hating on AI doomers at all. I'm listening to what I don't like about it is like, I'm always skeptical of high-level catastrophizing because I don't find it useful. I find if people are like, there's a fire! I'm like, okay, dude, whoa. Stop yelling at me and let's just put out the fucking fire. Like, I don't like that. I don't like that kind of thing. I get something bad is happening, screaming in my face. If there's a fire, there's a fire. I'm going to see the fucking fire, right? So when you hear me being negative about AI, do you think that I'm on Sam Altman's side? Is that the impression I give you? That I'm a huge fan of the tech bros and that I want AI companies to dominate? Is that the vibe I give off? I hope not, because that's not who I am. My problem is I am looking for genuine criticism of AI, and I can't find anyone who isn't like, abandon the entire project. That's not useful for me. I don't want to read that. I don't want to read people being like, this is going to destroy artists. Everyone will have no job. Everyone will be unemployed. 4 people will have jobs. The environment will be destroyed. All of that may be true. But I would like to actually be able to sit down and understand it without it being like, everything must stop now. How about we come up with some policy initiatives for the meantime, which, funnily enough, is what the Pope is suggesting. Wait, hang on. I am infrared. I am that. I can be way more racist than you. Hang on. Yeah, well, like, thank God you weren't. Thank God. Like, at the time, the person that I was mainly talking to was like, Biden's saying it's going to happen. Biden is saying that it's going to happen. And I was like, okay, well, America's never lied about anything before. I guess we'll just trust Biden and the American intelligence system, which has never told a lie about anyone's intentions ever before. And like, that was not convincing for me. So constantly having that being like pushed against me as the evidence that it was going to happen, I was like, well, no, it's not going to happen. And then I was, oh God, was it painful? No, okay, that sounds bad. It wasn't painful for me at all. It was painful for Ukraine, okay? Being wrong is fine. It's not even an injury. I did come across some books on conceptual engineering yesterday. I think you mentioned before. Was it Lakoff? A lot of the conceptual work that I do is based in George Lakoff's work. No, being anti-oil while saying climate scientists are crazy is not very helpful. Sorry, I'm just trying to understand the analogy. Let me explain why that analogy isn't correct. I'm not saying that the climate scientists in this situation are crazy. The people that I'm talking about don't do anything that climate scientists do. Because climate scientists not only I agree that the same when it comes to quantifying and demonstrating the very real danger. I agree that one for one, those who are concerned about AI and those who are concerned about the climate are akin there. I also have an issue with climate people, climate advocates who scream at me about the fact that climate change is happening and don't talk about policy, right? I am so interested in climate science and climate policy in particular. What policies can we put in at a global level, at institutional levels, within country, within state? What different things have different outcomes? What impacts happen? What policies can we push for? What do we need to do in order to make things happen? How do we sell that policy, right? So not just the policy that climate scientists suggest in order to help us get to where we need to be, not just the policies they suggest, but the work that climate scientists do around getting people to implement and accept the policies. That is what I am looking for. That is what I'm trying to tell you. Find me someone who identifies a problem with AI and then also offers a solution and offers how we can get that solution adopted. That is what I am looking for. I am not against that. That is what I am looking for. So if you can find me that, not only will I accept it, I will ingest it and repeat it consistently. But right now, anytime AI comes up, all I get from people who don't like AI is AI is going to destroy everything. And it's not fully quantified or explained in any sort of meaningful way. It's like, well, AI is stealing from artists, so it's going to destroy the arts. AI is taking all the water, so there's not going to be any water left. It's like, okay, well, how much water does it take in comparison to something like streaming? Like, give me a sense of something. I agree. I agree AI is going to have an impact on the arts. I am in the arts. It affects me directly, okay? I agree that AI is fucking horrible for the environment. I agree people are going to lose their jobs, and that is horrible and something we need to prepare for. I agree that we're enriching a very small group of men who do not have humanity's best interests at heart. I agree that the way that AI is being used to dehumanize people in a warfare setting is extremely unsettling and not okay. I agree that AI is being used to prop up fascism. I agree with every danger that everyone brings up. I do not disagree with the climate scientists or call them crazy. I have never done that. I have never once invalidated anything they've said whatsoever. I have just said I am finding it difficult to find the kind of research I am interested in because it's either people who are completely incentivized to say that AI is amazing and perfect and great, and I have no interest in reading their work, or it's people who are akin to degrowthers who are saying the only solution is to not use it at all and for it to completely not exist, which to me is a pipe dream. So that's not interesting to me. I don't want to go read that. You guys, day one back, you got me crashing out. You know I don't like to be misrepresented. I don't mind being wrong. But to misrepresent me, piss me off. Never once have I said that people's concerns about AI are crazy. Hang on, let me read. I was bitching and now I didn't read the chat. You can regulate tech in the States. You can regulate tech everywhere. It is easy to regulate. You just make the decision to do it because you're the fucking government. George Lakoff is the conceptual theorist. Researchers, okay, but not every climate scientist researcher is a doomer. That would be so degrading to just say that all climate scientists do is scream about the climate. That's not what they do. I read so much climate science. Well, not the science. This is what I mean. I'm not a scientist, right? So reading the science documents, that don't mean anything. I need it translated into policy for me to feel okay. I need to be like, okay, I do politics. I'm a politics person. So what can I do? How can I help? What can I do to fix things? What do I need to advocate for? What do I need to push for? What do I need to be on the streets doing? I read if anyone builds it, everyone dies. Oh my God. I did get one guide, sorry. Sometimes I go on a tangent, Cat. It's my stream. I'm allowed to do it. That's not the point. Then what is the point? Oh my God. I need to monitor the situation. And I need to read the Pope on this. I don't know how to enable the one guy emote. Don't one guy me again. Don't double one guy me. Don't one guy me about the one guy emote. You actually just can. The Pope is telling people to regulate. The Pope says it in Magnifica Humanitas. He goes against what America is saying. If we could get the Pope on the call, I actually feel like we would get along, despite the maths degree. The Pope is trying to advise. Well, the Pope is working with Anthropic. I don't know if they're working. I don't trust this Chris Ola guy. I don't know. Dario Mode is not real. Yeah, and that's what the Pope says, polygraph detector. The Pope says that there needs to be people working to kind of police AI and create policy around the use of AI that aren't the people who own the AI. And I'm like, I agree. Cool. Where are these people? What are they saying? And then I'm telling you, I am coming to you with a problem I am having, which is I'm struggling to find those guys. Okay? I'm not saying, everyone who's against AI is a fucking idiot and a piece of shit. I'm saying, hey guys, I'd really like to find some people who are against AI that do this specifically and have this kind of thought specifically. If you find it, can you please link it to me in the Discord? I think I've been very clear about that and consistent about that. We're certainly sure as shit not doing a crusades derail again today. Because I still don't fully get it. I understand that maybe Rome was in England. I don't... And the Islamists won. The Islamists. The Muslims. Have you seen that clip where she's like, the nation of Islam? And like, no. Okay. Do you like that, baby? And I said yes. Never felt nothing quite like the man. Okay. anything you see that you think is good, if you can put it in my Discord, there is an AI channel where I specifically want people to put AI sources. And I would love that to go there. Thank you so much for your participation. Eid Mubarak. I don't like this Eid because, well, I'm a hypocrite. Because this Eid is the one where you sacrifice an animal, and I'm like, oh, I don't like that. But then people sacrifice animals every day. But they don't even sacrifice it with the goodness in their heart. And the idea that we're doing it, you know, to appreciate and celebrate and share food, they just, nothing, you can't have, no one's allowed to have fun anymore. Can't even have Eid. Can't even have Eid because I got to think about dead animals, and then I got to think about how actually, animals die every day, didn't you know? And actually, guys, I come back for one day, and this is what you do to my mood. Look at me. I was so psyched to read Magnifica Humanitas with you. Okay, let's talk about Iran. Maybe that'll perk me up. Yeah, the people in Nigeria can't even afford to sacrifice a goat right now. Shit's tough. Can't even do Eid in Africa. I know you're messing with me in the chat, but Adrian's with me. Okay, I actually wasn't. Evan, I actually wasn't messing with you. I heard the Hadrian's Wall thing. I didn't look into it. I just assumed it was the Crusades. But thank you for letting me know. Not to derail, but why was Rome in England in the 2nd century? Was it Rome then? The reason you can hear so much noise at the moment is because it's so freezing in my city that I had to have the heater on. The Romans basically took over Europe. They were the first EU. So it's just Rome was Europe. I mean, Europe was Rome. Was it England when it was Rome, or was it Rome? Was it Hadrian? Was it... Oh, the Scots were fighting the Romans? Damn. Scottish people are cool. Okay, well, I really liked it when I thought Rome was just in Italy. You guys stress me out every day. I like to learn history from the end of World War II forward. If I'm feeling exciting, maybe I'll go back to the First World War. But I really feel like any history prior to the end of World War II is boy history. I don't need to know all that. Why do I need to know all that? Why do I need to? I don't. Wallach, I actually have something specifically for you. I have this article. I may or may not read it, but I have it here because I thought, Wallach will find this interesting. Which is CENTCOM at the end of April requested the deployment of Dark Eagle to the Middle East. I didn't even know what that was at the time. I just saw Dark Eagle and I thought that Wallach will like that. So for those of you who don't know, Dark Eagle is a long-range hypersonic weapon. The US military's furthest progressed missile system, delivering a hypersonic glide vehicle. Yeah. Okay, wait. The program has experienced several delays, but after several full-range tests, Lockheed Martin will begin delivering operational rounds to the Army soon. Per a report from late March. While the stated purpose for why Dark Eagle might be deployed to CENTCOM doesn't hold up, the long-range hypersonic weapon is probably a very capable missile that can hit Moscow from the Middle East. Wait, let me see if I can show you guys something. Are you feeling mappy, guys? Just look at this. Nope. Fuck. Well, I mean, what's his face has worked that out? Ukraine. Look at this. Look at this little mappy poo-poo. This is the range from the US military base in Jordan. That's a pretty good range. China's so far down the list right now, Kat, because got to do Iran first, then got to end Russia, Ukraine, then got to do Cuba, and then after Cuba, then it's China. China's the situation in the Indo-Pacific comm is fucked though. Like actually so fucked. I am so sorry, Taiwan. Yeah. According to the Bloomberg report, CENTCOM wants to use Dark Eagle to target Iran's mobile missile launches should the ceasefire break down and conflict resume. I don't know. That seems like a lie. We haven't discussed the encyclical yet. We had a little fight about AI, so we're not going to talk about it right yet, but I have it right here. I have it in a beautiful format too, ready for us to read. Look at this. We will be reading our beautiful Magnifica Humanitas. We'll be reading it together. Isn't it beautiful? On safeguarding the human person in the time of artificial intelligence. That's my Pope. That's my guy. But right now we're talking about Dark Eagle. Dark Eagle. Yeah, it's way overkill. You wouldn't need this to get to missile launches, mobile missile launches. You need a hypersonic weapon for mobile missile launches. This is ridiculous. I know, common good. I need to. There are so many books I need to read. Washed. I read and agree with a lot of degrowth thinkers. And when I originally said I'm grouping them into degrowth, I also said, if you can recall, which you can't because you're just casually listening, but it came out of my mouth, so I know I said this because it's exactly what I said. I said, there's like the AI people who are profiting from it, so I don't really want to read or engage with anything they have to say because they're compromised. And then on the other side, there's like the degrowth, that's not really that's not how I should represent them. That doesn't really fit, but I'm using it as a placeholder right now. I was using it as a derogatory, as in to say, the derogatory idea you have when people bring up the degrowth movement is kind of exactly how I see a lot of these people. That's not to say that is what degrowth is. Fucking hell. You guys are in, like, honestly, and you wonder why no one ever gets anywhere with anything. Ever. Like, genuinely. I actually, like, it's so hard when you try and have like any nuance. This is the same thing that happened with that fucking Ezra Klein piece where I was like, guys, I'm going to talk about neoliberalism. I'm not trying to say, I don't hate this. I don't hate the entire piece of abundance, but there are some massive problems with it. And the problems need to be, looked at and taken seriously. And then everyone was like, she's fucking insane. She's a classic crazy leftist. Like, so much of what I read on climate change, first of all, is degrowth, sure, but more of what I read actually has to do with the best work, in my opinion, on climate change comes out of industrial policy. If you learn about industrial relations, if you learn literally about the relationship between wood and steel and water and how these things create, like how over time we have changed what we use as fuel and how over time things have changed. When you do that, you actually learn a lot about climate change, and a lot of industrial work and industrial research is from the degrowth movement. I don't have an issue with degrowth people. But I'm sorry that language does not yet exist that I'm aware of to make the points that I'm trying to make live and off the cuff. I'm sorry I don't have perfect language at every single minute to describe. You know what? Fuck it. Let me own it. A lot of the people who have a problem with AI are fucking annoying and stupid and scream and don't actually follow it up with anything. And I can't find the work that I want to find because they're so fucking loud. And instead of amplifying people who actually have something to say, they want to center themselves and their fear about AI. And oh my God, guys, I'm the best person ever because I fucking am afraid of AI and AI makes me so mad. Shut the fuck up and point me to someone who actually has something to say about fucking policy. Shut up. That's what I want to say. It has nothing to do with a particular political movement. It has nothing to do with any of that. Please tell people who have chosen to make politics their identity markers, how they brand themselves, which again, one might say very ironic for a politics streamer to say that. But actually, I'm not a politics streamer at all. I'm an artist who has to do this as my day job. Okay? I'm an artist. I should be drunk somewhere. I should be lying in a street. Okay? Politics is not my personality. I want to be writing about relationships. I want to be making movies about complicated people. But there's no money in that, unfortunately. And there's no money in this either. All I'm saying is I also happen to want to make the world a better place. And I tend to like to do that by reading. Please, find me something. That's all I want. Okay. Oh my God, I'm hot again. You're bullying me. No, I'm kidding. Also, when I say you're bullying me when I get upset, I don't care. You're not bullying me. I'm an adult. I'm a grown-up. Okay. I just and when I say, oh, I'm upset because I don't like being misrepresented, I'm trying to tell you guys, I don't have a problem with being wrong. I don't have a problem with you disagreeing. It just upsets me sometimes when I'm trying to make a point and then someone gets angry at me or like gets upset or disagrees with a point that I don't feel I'm making. Then I'm like, oh my God, nobody thinks what I think. Nobody understands me. I can't communicate myself. Well, that's it, Joe. I'm not even looking for a think piece. I'm looking for research. You guys would love my art. I just need Peter Thiel. Okay. You're not overstepping. I'll just wait till I get to 2 hours. Then I'll take a break. Run away with us for the summer. We'll go upstate. We can all go stay with our father. There's a place I know. I am Joanna Joe D. Vance. It's not Auslan, unfortunately. It's ASL. It's American Sign Language. I went through a real phase, and the story, just while we're here, the story about me performing a sign language rendition of Zed and Fox's Clarity for Pixel at the Lebanese restaurant is rooted in the fact that for maybe a year and a half, I went to the same nightclub and requested Clarity every night until I was banned from requesting. I just wanted that song again and again and again. I was obsessed. I learned that song in every language. I learned that song and I would go to the on the dance floor. It wasn't enough to simply move my body. I had to communicate with my hands. So that's why. That's what happened. Okay, guys, we need to let's finish Dark Eagle. Okay. Yeah. I went through a real ASL phase. I don't know why. I was very fascinated by it. No, Jess. It was Clarity. It couldn't be more millennial energy. If our love is tragedy, why are you my remedy? No song made me feel the way that song made me feel. No, ASL's American Sign Language. God. I need to fix this camera too. You are the piece of me I wish I didn't need. Oh. You think it's a scare tat? Yeah. How did it make me feel? I felt at that age, when Clarity by Zed and Foxes came out, I also happened to particularly like a remix that had the Melbourne Shuffle in it for no reason. But when that song came out, I felt I had a deep cavern in my chest where maybe my heart and my soul had once lived, but it was now an empty, dark space that nothing could ever fill or reach. But when that song came on, it was like my ribs cracked open and light shone through, and I became a star, and every feeling I've ever had lit up my body, and I, on the dance floor, became a magnet to every person around me. And for those glittering 3 minutes, I was truly loved and understood. I'm sorry if Clarity didn't have the same effect on you. But I challenge you to go back and listen and check. Because Clarity might have that effect on you. And if it doesn't, may I recommend the Brills remix that artfully includes the Melbourne Shuffle. The common good. I can't tell you how happy I've been. If you could go back, I think I spent the first 40 minutes talking about the encyclical. Can I tier list every Clarity remix? No, because for me there was one remix, the Brills remix. That was it. That was all that existed for me. That's the Melbourne Shuffle for those of you who don't know. An important addition to any classic song. And that is why I was not allowed to recommend anymore to the DJ. And I was like, okay, get out of the booth then. Hand over the keys to someone with taste. I don't even think I had a crush when I listened to that song. I just think it was me and the music. Not only will we be discussing, we will be reading. In fact, no, we actually need to monitor. Okay, common good. We have to get through Iran, then we have to get through Ukraine, then we can do Magnifica Humanitas, okay? I couldn't get kicked out of the club, Jess. I didn't want to be kicked out of the club. After all, I'm just a girl. Guys, sorry, I'm trying to focus. It's my first stream back. The exceptions you need to make for me on my first stream back. You need to let me be sad and self-pitying and play the victim a little bit. I'm a Cancer rising. I can't not do it. You need to let me have weird little tangents about my personal life and weird things that I did in my history. You need to let me sing little songs, okay? And if you let all that happen, I'll show you the best goddamn monitoring you've ever seen. Okay? I don't ask for much. Where's my list of notes? Where are the streamer's notes? Here they are. Okay. So, Iran. Oh, wait, I always need to check Twitter before I start monitoring, because what if someone bombed something really important while we were talking? That's one of my fears, is that I start giving analysis on something, but something major happened right before I started talking. I actually could, the common good. I actually wouldn't say no. My favorite, okay, I did skim it already. I just want you to know, my favorite bits are from paragraph 99. Where is it? Point 99. Sorry, guys, just give me one. I want to give the common good just a little bit of a taste of. From 99, which is under artificial intelligence, it is not possible to provide a single comprehensive definition of AI. Kind of the section from 99 through artificial intelligence, what must not be lost, the authentic more than human grace and Christian humanism, and two cities, two loves. That section itched my scratch. Just checking. Okay, doesn't seem like... Oh, okay. So what I'm seeing here that has happened that matters since I've done my own note-taking is that there are suspicions in the IRGC that Trump could unilaterally announce that US and Iran have finalized an agreement, even though they haven't. And there are a lot of unresolved issues, in which case Iran will push back. So there were leaks circulated this morning about a deal, but sounds like the Iranian response to the American pushback against the leak circulated this morning. Someone's leaked a memorandum of understanding this morning, but it's not a real memorandum. So if you see a memorandum, ignore it. It's not true. Yeah, just anything that gets leaked, we're not believing it. Okay, cool. The only thing that I have missed is the leak. No, forget it. Kwan, forget it. Okay? You're not allowed to remember that. Okay. So, here's what I'm hearing so far. Oh, yes. It's so good, the common good. Okay. The internet is being restored in Iran. Big signifier that things are coming to a close. Big signifier that Iran believe they're in a good position. There was a statement that was released from Zogre, which, as you know, he's the head of the Security Council, National Security Council. That's important because people like Khalibaf and Pezeshkian, they are more political creatures, even though they have, Pezeshkian less so, but Khalibaf has a good relationship with the IRGC. But Zogade is literally, he is a security person, right? He is at the core of the security system. He's not a technocrat. He's not a reformist. He is as IRGC as they come. So it's important to keep that in mind when you look at a statement from him, because especially when there's the constant concern about cracking of unity within the Iranian regime, having someone who is so IRGC based talking about negotiations, in fact, legitimizes those negotiations. And when we're hearing from Zohadeh that the negotiations are going well, then we can trust that, right? Unlike earlier when we heard from Pezeshkian that things were going well, and we're kind of like, I don't know about that. We can actually be like, yes, things are going well here, for sure. And again, it means that, yeah, there's broad consensus across the system that things are going well. And it's very interesting because the way that the negotiations are being framed internally by the regime is that the negotiations are a continuation of resistance. That this isn't Iran capitulating. It's not them like giving in. It's not them giving up on fighting. It's like, oh, no. We're continuing to resist. We've just changed to resisting diplomatically. We've got into the best situation we can militarily, and now we're continuing this resistance because we're in such a good position. We're now fighting this fight with words. We're now approaching our final victory, which will be in the form of an agreement. So that's very important because the message that's sending is that negotiations are not happening because Iran is giving in. Negotiations are happening because Iran is standing strong. And as well, there's actually a line in the statement from Zohadeh which says that unity and cohesion are themselves another battlefield. So there is an active push to prevent any internalized fragmenting around negotiation. They're saying, hey, a battlefield that we need to be aware of is us fighting internally. Let's not do that. So they're really working to keep everyone on the same page. Do we think they'll give a lot? Because it seems like all I hear on the US side is that we're going to strike again because they won't give us enough. They'll give, they'll give on nuclear. They'll give on nuclear because the Strait is more important, right? I didn't see that at all, Ahmed. I just didn't see it. I'm not stating one way whether it's true or not. They'll give on nuclear. What are their demands? They'll open the Strait. So, you know, there's the WD-40 of the world, right? The things that smooth and make things go around. So the idea is now that the Strait will open. There won't be any tolls imposed by Iran, but there'll likely be an environmental protection fee. These kind of workarounds that is diplomacy. That will happen, right? But an environmental protection fee is going to be negligible. It's not going to be anything like a toll. The big threat of the tolls was if this happens in the Strait, what's going to happen in like the Malacca Strait, you know? This completely changes how international trade is going to work. It's going to be impossible. An environmental protection fee is not a new thing. It's already seen within the system. Why give on nuclear when it's basically proven they need nuclear? They don't. They have something much more powerful than nuclear they have the strait. They have proven that at any point in time, they can close down global trade. Nuclear is a good threat when it comes to developing it. Having a nuclear weapon just puts you in a situation with a bunch of other states that have a nuclear weapon where no one's using it, but there's the threat that they could use it. So don't attack me because they have a nuclear weapon that I could use. But look at Pakistan. Having a nuclear weapon doesn't stop you from getting attacked. It just stops people from attacking you too big. But that is also true in the case of if you can close down the Strait of Hormuz, which has been demonstrated. The geographical weapon, the choke point that Iran has, that they have operationally now demonstrated that they can and will use, is more powerful than any nuclear weapon could ever be. The nuclear issue was never about having a nuclear weapon. Anyone who tells you that is silly. That's okay. I too am silly sometimes. The nuclear weapon issue was always about sovereignty, about being able to be in control of their own destiny and future and their own decisions. And it was always kind of a card to push on sanctions and that sort of thing. And obviously, the desire to have a nuclear weapon is because Israel has a nuclear weapon. But the nuclear weapon is not needed. The nuclear weapon doesn't give any... What Iran can't budge on is the ballistic missiles. Iran can't budge on the ballistic missiles because without the ballistic missiles, without the ability to secure the strait, you don't have the strait. The strait is the big weapon. But you need to have the military capability to have the strait. And the way they've had the strait this time is using the missiles. Everyone loves this Hassan Abi nuke doctrine. This would be a terrible thing to get one guide on. So close to just being one guide. Don't do it. The strait is a forever defense, in the same way that the geography of Afghanistan is a forever defense. Because over time, Gulf countries may try and come up with a workaround, but there is no workaround. There is no real workaround. If Iran has the military capability to secure the strait, which they don't need to have an overwhelmingly powerful military to do, demonstrated by the fact that they don't have an overwhelmingly powerful military and they've been able to do it. If they have access to the strait, and when you consider the fact that Gulf states are looking to, they're kind of reassessing their situation and being like, oh, regionality might be the way to go, actually. They're kind of understanding the threat that Iran poses, and this situation has shown them that America and Israel will not defend them in the way that they had thought or hoped, and so they have no choice but to come up with a strategy that creates an ability to coexist with Iran. So the strait, so long as the strait exists, the strait is, once the entire globe is at 100% renewables, and we worked out how to fly planes, and we worked out no need for gas and no need to trade anything with the Gulf, then the strait won't be a weapon. But currently it is the kill switch for the entire global economy. And that is just a better weapon than a nuclear weapon, which you can't use because there is a moral embargo on the use. Once someone uses a nuke, the situation will change. But this is the thing. Once someone uses a nuke, someone else will use a nuke. And then we're in the situation that Elbridge Colby talked about, where suddenly we're in this tactical contained nuclear warfare. And it's like, okay, well then you can't just have one nuke. You need lots of nukes. The nuke, if Iran can get everything just to give up the nuke, and giving up the nuke, this, as I said, the sovereignty issue is the issue. So getting rid of the highly enriched uranium that exists and suspending the suspending the nuclear energy program for the meantime is something I think they would be willing to do to get their frozen assets, to get sanctions lifted. Yeah, 100% they'll give up the nuke. Harris, I'm just going to tell you. I have no opinions on any other streamers because genuinely, I'm so sorry to tell you this. I don't watch them. But sometimes I watch clips of them and sometimes people come into my chat and they tell me, well, I learned this from so-and-so. Sometimes I disagree and I say, well, here's why that's stupid. But it turns out people love their streamers and they don't like it when you say that something they said was stupid. Okay. But all I have to say about things is I don't agree with Hassan about nuclear weapons. But I don't like to talk about Hassan on my channel or any other streamer because Hassan does me the decency of not talking about me on his stream. So long as he respects me and doesn't talk about me, I'll do the same and I won't talk about him. I think that's fair. I think that's polite. If he continues to keep my name out of his mouth, I shall simply do the same. Because I know he wants to talk about me every day. There's no problem with Hassan. There's no problem with him. You guys are fucking... Guys, my silence shouldn't be interpreted as me having a problem with Hassan. My silence is memories of me previously getting one guide, okay? One guide by Hassan lovers. They love what he has to say. And I love that they love what he has to say. But I don't love what he says. Just, if anyone's telling you, well, the best answer to things is everyone needs a nuke. That's an opinion I don't endorse. Nor do I think it's a smart opinion. But it's a fun one. And I'm all for having fun. I love a big statement that leads to the obliteration of the world. His royal son. This is exactly how the last one guy started. People are like, that's a reductive summary of what he has to say. You guys don't hear me when I tell you, I don't watch him. I don't know what he said. You guys are representing him. This is your fault, not mine. I don't watch the guy. I don't watch him. Stop it. Ollie, stop it. Oh my God. Guys, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to leave you some cows. You fucking suck, guys. Wait, no, let me just... Okay. I just want you to know as well. Zogoba and talking about the unity between all parts of the government, the fact that he's endorsing the negotiations and he's from the IRGC, he's from the security apparatus... That was not the case with the JCPOA, right? The security establishment were very skeptical about the 2015 talks. They didn't want to be involved. It created great tension. That's a big change for literally the IRGC, the national security guy, the guy who makes decisions about nuclear weapons, to say, hey, look at us resisting through diplomacy. Aren't we sexy and strong? And how about we all be together and on board with this and win? Big deal. I do want to talk about Lebanon and Israel when I get back because it's kind of important. It's kind of Ali. Hi. God, that was an annoying way to say hi to you. Hi, Ali. How are you? I miss you. Can I steel man Hassan's argument that America deserved 9/11? You're kidding? Good, because I can't. MashaAllah, she the Lebanon. You should have okay. You guys are talking about me doing ASL to Clarity in the restaurant the other night. No one is telling you that I tried to coax the waiter by singing Feroz. فيها جات تتحس أو ما تتقلش وين جات أطلبها. I was a white Lebanese woman in that restaurant. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get to فيها جات تتحس أو ما تتقلش وين جيت أطلبها. My throat is sore from getting one guide. It's all right. I'm okay. I closed the cows because I got distracted by one of them pissing. Of course I ate with my hands. And I was so happy to be, because we had lebne. I had lebne with bread. Pixel had it with lettuce. Loser! And then, oh God, we had the best meal. And we finished with Lebanese coffee and baklava, macadamia baklava ice cream sandwich. Okay? They didn't come over. They weren't coaxed at all. She's gluten intolerant. It's not her fault. Cows. I didn't show Feruza. I only sang it to her. I need to show her. Don't bully my friend who can't eat bread even on her birthday. It was so good. I literally was just singing Feroz. فيها جات تتحس أو ما تتقلش وين جات أطلبها أنا ما دارش. Also, oh God, I can't remember the words. From the movie where her dad loses his job as a police officer, so she dresses up and she becomes a robber, but she's a teacher during the day. يا سيدي يا سيدي بدور شوف القمر كيف بيدور وينها تورها بدها شمس في الشمس بروين تك 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 يا مسلمان تك 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 زوجك وين كان تك 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 كان بالحق لي أمي حبت أفراه ريمان. Something like that. I think I fucked all the words, but yeah, I'm a big Feroz fan. Okay, get ready to doof your heads, guys. Look at you. Thank you. Thank you, Wallach. Okay, I'll be back. Are you doofing? Is there doofing for you? I'll find out the name of the movie while I get a drink. It's a really fun movie. Night, Jazz. You can watch the rest later, the VOD, right? Because you only monitor half the situation. أهلا وسهلا أليا. مرحبا. Hell yeah. Thank you, Victorious. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am getting a drink, but I will be back. I just quickly, I always watch the I always watch the Arabic version of Aladdin when I was learning, and he opens, he's like, أهلا وسهلا مرحبا في أقربة. So fun. Okay, I think, oh wait, I need to swap the scene. Joanna? Wait, fuck. There we go. I'll be back. Oh my goodness. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for the biddies. And the subbies. Give me a second, I ate a chip and it's glitchy hard on my throat. Oh, it was Wallach. Thank you, Wallach. God, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Guys. Whoa. I hurt my throat. I love corn chips, like the ones you eat guacamole with. Sometimes I eat them. They do not like me. They do not like me. Would you please tell me about your political views? They're good? They're good. I'm not right wing. I'm not too far left wing. I'm pretty far, but I don't think I'm too far. I think I'm like a nice amount. They're not triangles, they're circles. It's the corn. And I don't know what happens. I feel like it makes a ball and it gets stuck in my chest. Some may say not far enough. Exactly. It's been said. I'm just like a nice girl. I'm just a lovely girl. Just trying to, I can't open my kombucha because I got these nails, which is akin to rendering oneself disabled for no particular reason. Have you tried chewing the corn chip? No, I like to eat it whole. Okay. I want the nutrients straight in my stomach. But thank you for the suggestion. Hadn't occurred to me to chew. I think I do. I think it's the pace with which I think I chew. But then while I'm chewing, I'm like, oh, that corn chip rocked. Have another one. And I think my body's like, we only wanted one. But I guess 5. Ow. I did it. Ow. Hang on. Fuck. Ow. I did it. Everyone to the left of me is a tanky. Everyone to the right of me is a fascist. I am the one true leftist. I am just a perfect girl with perfect politics. I don't like things that are bad. I condemn the bad. I celebrate the good. Well, peace. I would have to say, well, peace. Why does it get to a certain point of the night and it's like, hey, let's make it look like you're attacked by a raccoon. It's because I'm being, ugliness is a punishment for irony. War is over. Okay? The thing that people tend to like about my politics is they're correct. Oh, yeah. I don't think I've ever seen a raccoon. It's just something about, I like look at myself, I'm like, you just had a break, bitch. You just had a break. Not good. Okay, we have more of the situation to monitor. And we're being serious this time. We're getting straight back into our monitoring. We're not fucking around. We're not here to fuck spiders. We're here to monitor the situation. And there's a lot to What did I expect? I come here. I say, I ate a whole lot of corn chips. It really made my chest hurt. I ate them too fast. I ate too much. I slammed some kombucha. And then I'm like, oh my God, what's happening? What did I expect? Okay. What are we talking about? Operation Epic Fury. Yeah. Before I go to Israel and Lebanon, my prediction that's not a prediction is that over the next couple of days or weeks, but inshallah it will just be days, the main concern is going to be narrative control, right? So Iran needs to do exactly what Zohar has done in this document, which is like, hey, we we won. We sustained the fight. We continued to resist, and we resisted even through diplomacy to get a deal on our terms. So they will highlight the parts of the document which look like W's for them. At the same time, America will try and highlight the W's for them. The thing I think is like there's a, oh, night, Evan, a fallen soldier. We lost another. What will become the most important thing is narrative control, making it look like they got the better deal. So before, the argument was like, who will get the better deal? Now the argument is going to be, who's going to make it look like they got the better deal? Because the fact of the matter is, as is the case with almost all diplomatic endeavors, both sides made compromises. Compromises they won't necessarily want to focus on. And do I know what those compromises are at this stage? Absolutely not. I don't know. I wasn't in the room. I wasn't invited. I'm not upset about it. Would I have made the situation better? In almost every instance where that question is asked, the answer is yes. But no, I don't know what's in the memorandum of understanding. What I do know is that compromises will have been made, and what I do know is that both sides are going to want to act like they... Well, Ali, that is a interesting thing that I want to discuss. Now let's actually segue, because Ali has mentioned Israel and Lebanon, and what's happening there. It is tricky. Well, I mean, okay. I just also want to highlight when I say that. Sometimes I say things, and I know that you guys, those who are regular to my stream know this already, but I just want to clarify again, because I haven't been streaming for a little while. I am talking about things through a strategic lens, and so it kind of makes me sound detached and like I don't care about the very real human toll that war and these kind of operations extract from the countries in which they occur. I do, obviously. But in order to talk strategically, I can't spend time being like, this is so horrible, this many people died, this many... Just assume that I am saying that, okay? It's all there. It's all there, okay? And just to be very clear, I don't think Israel should be attacking Lebanon. The thing is, I'm not sure how useful that statement is. Because they are, and they will, and they do. So it's kind of like, yeah, they shouldn't be allowed to. But they do. And, here's what I want to talk about in terms of that. There are a few things. Wait, I don't like the way this document is sitting. There we go. My notes. Okay. It is difficult because obviously, for those of you who don't know, Iran up until this stage has been saying, well, any ceasefire has to encompass the entire region. We're not abandoning our allies, right? So if you want peace with us, there has to be peace in Lebanon. You have to get Israel to pull out of Lebanon. We can argue back and forth about how much control America has over Lebanon. If you want to argue with me, that's fine. Here is the truth, right? I will tell you 100% that anyone who's like, oh, Israel started this war, Israel tricked America into attacking Iran, I disavow that. Maybe Israel led the horse to water, but Donald Trump decided to drink, right? You have to give the US their own sort of autonomy because they are the world's superpower. They have the strongest military in the world. You can't strong arm the United States. In the same way that in the reverse, actually, yes, America can make Israel do things. They can. Israel's entire offensive military apparatus is US supplied. But Israel cannot do what it does without the backing and support of America. Every single war that Israel has got into, when it has ended at the demand and request of America. That is just the truth. You can go and look it up. You can go and see how it ends. Does Israel go quietly? No. But eventually, if America says you can piss off the Israeli public before you can piss off the leader of America if you are the head of Israel. So yes, America can make Israel do something. Israel can spoil, but it comes at a significant cost, right? A significant cost. What is going to be the situation here, though, with this deal? Because the fact of the matter is, Israel can wiggle out of the deal and argue that it is attacking Lebanon as a matter of self-defense. Yeah. And Joe, one of the craziest things is if you look at the presidents who have stood up the most to Israel, it's Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush. So Republicans have traditionally stood up in a greater way. But that aside, let's say even if there is a deal and it's like, okay, Israel is not attacking anymore, they'll find a way to be like, well, Hezbollah attacked us. Hezbollah did this, right? At this stage, Hezbollah is so operationally depleted that I'm not even sure what the point is fighting them anymore, right? Well, I mean, that's if you believe that Israel, Netanyahu and his government are in Lebanon right now with the sincere desire to defeat Hezbollah, which is a matter I will leave up to you and your friends to discuss. But the question is, how do we deal with this defense pact? How do we deal with this ceasefire agreement if Israel is going to wiggle out of it, even if it is agreed upon that Israel has to stop attacking? What do we do about the what do we do about the problem of the continuing war between Hezbollah and Israel in the south of Lebanon? Because it is unlikely to stop as a result of this agreement. Because the problem is, let's say Iran does wiggle out and says, oh, self-defense, Hezbollah attacked us first, we're attacking back. Then Iran's fucked, right? Because Iran has to be like, well, do we abandon the agreement? Do we abandon the agreement? They would pressure Trump, they say, pull him into line. But if they didn't, what happens? If Washington goes, no, we're not going to do anything about it, what do Iran do? Because look at what, as someone said before, Iran's getting a pretty sweet deal. Iran's getting sanction relief. Iran's getting economic recovery, an end to warfare. They're going to give all of that up to be like, we disagree with what Israel is doing. Because it's not like Iran is going to intervene and attack Israel, right? There's a line there. They're not going to do it. So they would be giving up a deal which has massive benefits to Iran in order to register their disappointment with the behavior of Israel. And that would leave them with a situation where they don't have a peace agreement and they don't have a ceasefire in Lebanon. Which, funnily enough, would be the very situation that Israel would want. So it's kind of a checkmate situation, isn't it, there? If you pull out of the peace negotiations, you're left with no document or no memorandum of understanding and no ceasefire in Lebanon. If you continue with the peace negotiation, it looks like you're abandoning an ally when you said you wouldn't. So, I know you're wondering, what would the Ayatollah do? We must call upon her in this time of great need. Sometimes I must become a world leader in order to see a path forward. And yes, I'll be the Ayajola for you right now. Thank you. Can I have some more Ayajolas, please? Just to summon her. Because I don't like leading Iran, but someone has to. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's what I needed. I'm going to say something, you're not going to like it. And I think this country that I'm going to mention has already worked out my move and has started trying to prep to make sure that I don't do what I'm going to do. If Israel continues to attack Lebanon, despite a peace negotiation going forward, and they've carved themselves out this little loophole where apparently they're allowed to keep doing that, I have no choice. I have to bomb the UAE. I gotta bomb the fuck out of the UAE. That's what I'm doing. I'm the Ayajola, and if Israel's gonna bomb Lebanon, then I'm gonna bomb the fuck out of the UAE. Because apparently that doesn't count. It's obvious. It's simple logic. The UAE is the closest regional partner of Israel. If Israel is fighting with Hezbollah because they are friends of Iran, or one could say is Israel is fighting with Hezbollah because they're the closest regional partner of Iran, then Iran can fight with the UAE because they're the closest regional partner of Israel. And it cannot, it should not. It ought not affect the agreement. I don't make the rules, but the rules have been set and the rules are in front of me, and apparently that doesn't interfere with the agreement. As if you haven't heard. As for Wallah, I mean, like, what do you want me to do? I'm sorry, there are Israeli operatives based in Emirati territory. There are Israeli operatives there to attack Iran. Same logic. Obvious logic. Obvious equivalent. Anyway, I don't want to... You summon the Ayajola. But the US don't want to renege on the agreement. That is Ali. Firstly, Wallah, you know Saudi is not coming to the defense of the Emirates. Okay? There is an obvious split between the GCC. And no, they're not. I do not believe for a second that GCC countries would attack Iran because Iran was attacking the UAE on the grounds that there were Israeli operations being based out of the UAE and that it was the equivalent to the Israel attacking Lebanon. Now, can we just be very clear? None of this is happening. None of this is happening. This is all hypothetical. This is all happening in the world where I am the Ayajola. Okay? That world doesn't exist. I am not the leader of Iran. Okay? This hasn't happened. None of this has happened. Joe, we can't even get into Sudan because Sudan's such a fucking clusterfuck. It's so fucked up. I don't fucking know what to do. It's one of those things where it's like, you just want to say to someone, okay, who's right? And whose fault is it? I must know so I can fix it. But it's not that simple. It's like as we were talking about with Mali. It's like, oh, okay, guys, the Tuareg people, they're pretty based. They're pretty sick. They got grounds to be have a grievance and you should support them. Except now they're friends with Al-Qaeda. Everything is saying, from one Joe to another, all of the Gulf countries have been having meetings with Iran. All have been having meetings. They want to stabilize. They're not going to. I'm so sorry. And I say this as someone who's lived in the Emirates. I say this as someone who has friends in the Emirates. No one gives a fuck about the Emirates. No one's doing shit for the Emirates. I'm not doing shit for the Emirates. I like Abu Dhabi, but if Dubai went, like, boo-hoo. God, remember before when I was like, I care deeply in my soul and my heart for all of the people affected by war. And now I'm like, destroy Dubai! Dubai is a soulless hell. Dubai needs to be eliminated. The new Ayatollah hates Arabs, Ali. Hates them. The new Ayatollah is nowhere near as wise as the Ayatollah. But the thing is, here's the thing. Here's why I think I think Abu Dhabi's okay. Dubai? Do not go. Do not collect $200. Do not go. Do not go. I don't know about Sharjah. I haven't been there. But Dubai? Go to Oman. Go to Muscat. Don't go there. You don't need to go there. The thing is, right? I think, and I say this once again, with so much sincere empathy and sorrow in my heart for people who are affected by this conflict. The next couple of days, Israel's going to bomb the shit out of the south of Lebanon. And I even think, because the red line is Dahia and Beirut, I think they'll fuck that shit up too. I think they will bomb Beirut. Do you like how I say Beirut sometimes, and other times I'm like Beirut? I think over the next couple of days, Israel will get as much as they can. But ultimately, Netanyahu's kind of fucked himself, right? Because Hezbollah doesn't really have... Oh, no, it's blocked, Wallach. I don't know what it says. Speaking of my own personal one is Dubai filled its airport with traditionally dressed men to make it look like they're transiting, but I actually just paid to hang out. Hang out at the airport? Yeah, I'm fairly sure Tyre and one other place have been evacuated, which is crazy because it's like, it's not, you can't just evacuate. Yeah. Yeah, so like, it's going to happen. It's going to happen in a big way. Israel's going to try and push as much destruction as they can over the next couple of days. How can I say this? Both in terms to I don't know why. The main reason is, in my mind, is narrative control, right? Because ultimately they will have to capitulate to America's requirement for them to stop. And so bombing as much as they can right now and saying that they did something is going to be important. But the fact of the matter is that Hezbollah have absolutely no reason to agree to a ceasefire because they're actively being fucking attacked. And even with ceasefires in place. At this, but what Israel is currently doing, even if they were to expand it massively, isn't going to destroy Hezbollah. You're not going to a ground invasion isn't going to destroy Hezbollah. Okay? It's not. Yes, you've done a bunch of operational damage to Hezbollah. I have been, since Nasrallah died, since the pager attack, I mean, Hezbollah has been massively operationally eroded. You're not going to finish them off with a ground invasion. It's not going to happen. Exactly. It's just not how it works, okay? So all you're really doing is risking further destabilizing the already incredibly precarious Lebanese state, which wouldn't be good for Israel, for the Lebanese state to collapse. That would be bad for Israel. So they're kind of in like a shitty position where nothing more that they do is going to have any real effect on Hezbollah, right? They can't be any more operationally weakened, in my view. They can't. So any kind of, nail in the coffin has to be a political nail of a coffin, which needs to occur with the Lebanese state. But if you destroy the Lebanese state, who's going to help you do that, you know? Just an observation, just a little tricky point. But the problem is, Netanyahu has a hardline government and also a population at the moment who are like, they've been waiting for this war with Iran for decades. They think they're in the middle of it, right? They're like, oh, it's finally, like, these people are prepared to be in this war situation. They want results for the war. So he's in a situation where domestically, he can't really pull out of Lebanon. Politically, he can't pull out of Lebanon because of his, both his corruption trial and his crazy-ass motherfucking cabinet. So in terms of his electorate, he can't pull out. In terms of his government, he can't pull out. But in terms of actual achievement of any kind of goals, you're not going to be able to do that either. So in many ways, America being like, you have to stop, would be low-key good. Because Netanyahu can do the whole, I wanted to go harder. I would have gone forever. I would have destroyed Hezbollah. It would have happened. I would have done it. I would have succeeded if it weren't for America stopping me, which is what they say every time America stops them. It works. It's a line that works. It's a line that's worked before. So actually, America imposing a ceasefire as part of a larger framework allows Israel to be upset and say, we were stopped too early, we would have achieved our goals, but we weren't given the opportunity. But ultimately it serves their interests better than staying in this situation in Lebanon. The only thing being, the right-wing establishment would push back. But I mean, I don't know. Netanyahu's so fucked. It's so crazy. But, you know, two things can be true. Netanyahu can be so deeply fucked that it's crazy and he can still come out on top. So, but I mean, there could be an agreement with Lebanon, the Lebanese state, after a ceasefire about weakening Hezbollah's influence and strengthening state institutions. Israel might be like, hey, we're going to help you strengthen your institutions, and in exchange, you give us everything up to the Litani River. So, and the Lebanese government, who are barely functional, might be like, okay. Who knows? I don't know. But he manages to, he's a sweet talker. We've talked about this. You know my opinions on Netanyahu and his sweet talking. You know my opinions. But yeah, this is kind of a save Netanyahu from himself situation, whereby an enforced ceasefire may actually be the very best thing that could happen to Netanyahu. Hasn't he been fucked for a while? That's why I'm saying, Sir Supersteiner. Yeah, Netanyahu being fucked and Netanyahu coming out on top seem like they should be mutually exclusive. It seems like you shouldn't be able to be super fucked and also come out on top at the same time. But and yet And yet he does. He has kids. What do you mean he has kids? What do you mean, Pope? Netanyahu's kids, we know. They're in Miami, right? One of them is. Where's the other one? With his kid, with his wife, Sarah, who he cheats on. What is Netanyahu's star sign? Bets on his star sign? Yeah, I loved King Bibi. It was great. And I love the book. I love the documentary. Actually, they copyright claimed my Netanyahu documentary that's on my channel because I used a clip from there. But also Anshel Pfeiffer, who wrote the book King Bibi, really good. I feel I may know more about Benjamin Netanyahu than anyone should. But in this moment, I don't know his star sign. I feel he's a Leo. But let's see. No, I should have fucking known it. He's a Libra. But he's right on the cusp of Scorpio. I need to know the whole chart. It's not enough to know a sun sign. I can't make any decisions. He's a Libra. It had to be one of the flirty signs. Okay, so that's my opinion on... that's my opinion on what's going to happen with Lebanon. I'm not giving you an opinion of what's going to happen. It's kind of like an assessment of where the cards have currently fallen to suggest how certain situations may be viewed moving forward. Does that make sense? So yeah, I know it's sad. It's sad. Some great people are Librans, and some evil people. But that's true of every sign, except my sign, the greatest sign. You killed Yoni Netanyahu, the hero of Israel, the chosen son. Honestly, like, okay, for real for a second. Do you ever lay awake at night and wonder where the world would be if Yoni had lived and hadn't died in Uganda? Because Yoni was the chosen son. Yoni was the one. Yoni would have been prime minister. Let's find out what Yoni's star sign was quickly before we make a decision. We don't want to jump ahead of ourselves. I'm basing my assessment off his love letters. It's not a good way to assess a prime minister. So, here's the thing. It's a nightmare for all of you guys. But for me personally, I'm a fan. Yoni's a Pisces. God, a Pisces man. Justin Bieber. It would have been a situation like this, and Yoni would have been like, it's not clocking to you. They're like, Yoni, we need you to pull out of Lebanon. It's not clocking to you that I'm standing on business. No, Yoni would have been a better prime minister. He wouldn't have stayed in power this long, though. He would have been a one-termer. He couldn't handle the heat. Gotta get out of the kitchen. Okay. What was Myers-Briggs? I don't know. I don't believe in that shit. Myers-Briggs was invented by 2 drunk women in the kitchen. Astrology is centuries old. And it's science. Because, let me explain. Firstly, there's a lot of maths involved if you do it right. You have to get out a protractor. You have to get out rulers, do angles and shit. So there's maths, okay? Second, everything is based on where the planets and the stars were at the exact moment you were born, okay? Now, you think, who cares? How does that make it real? Yeah, well, it's called physics, okay? Because energy bounces off things. Energy transfers, energy bounces. I believe energy bounces off things. I haven't looked into it. My assumption is energy is bouncing from things. And if energy is bouncing from things, then, and everything is affected by energy, then hell yeah, where everything was when I was born makes a difference. Not gonna lie, if there's a protractor involved, it must be true. I'm just saying. Typical ENFP talk. Hey. Listen. My best friend is an INFJ. Okay? It's just because I'm an ENFP doesn't mean I can't fuck with the INFJ world. Okay? I understand this shit. I don't know how to use a protractor. I was bullshitting when I said you need a protractor. You do. To draw the circle that makes up the chart. That's all you need the protractor for. Guys! We're supposed to be monitoring the situation. You do this. We're not even going to have time to read Magnifica Humanitas. And that sickens me. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow. If I'm not sick. Maybe even if I am sick. Let's calm down. Okay, Ukraine. Guys. Ukraine is winning. I don't know what I'm thinking of, K-Step. I don't do maths. You know how little maths I do? Do you know how I feel about mathematics? Okay, first of all, before I insult myself, I'd like to give myself a compliment. That's healthy. Okay? This is a sign of a brilliant mind. There's a chance, it's not a high chance, it's maybe 3%. There's a chance I'm a mathematical genius. Let me explain why. I did not enjoy maths because it hurt. It felt like my brain was growing, but my skull was shrinking. And I could feel all the thoughts, and I saw the problem in front of me, and my brain was growing, my head was shrinking. And then I had the answer. But in maths, they're all like, oh, show us the working. I can't. I don't know how I worked it out. I just did. I just worked it out. I got the answer. So my head was shrinking and my brain was growing. Bye, Ali. Ma salama. I don't know what a square root is anyway. Joe, don't ask me questions. 5? Is it 5? Anyway, my point is... I told you. Bye, amateur. I told you I'm a fucking genius. I didn't even know what a square root was, and I just knew. Anyway. So yeah, I was upset that they were like, you have to show your working. I can't. I don't know how I got there. I just got there, and you should just be impressed at what I was able to do. So there is a chance that my gift wasn't nurtured and they let it die in the garden of my genius. That's fine. Okay. I have neglected mathematics to such a level since retiring from the craft that once I saw the divide symbol and truly forgot what it was. I was like, God, that looks familiar. What is that? Divide. I don't know when the last time I divided something was. I don't know why I would divide. A bill? No, sweetie. Absolutely not. So anyway, that's my relationship with mathematics. Ukraine. Winning, to quote modern poet Charlie Sheen. Thank you, K-Step. Unless it's not K-Step. Now I have to check these things. No, it was K-Step. Thank you. Thank you, Liddy Bros. Thank you. That's what I needed to hear today. Also, why are you up? What you doing? Why you wake? Hey, Wallach. We're going to get into the nuance and the facts. We're getting there. You can't open with that. You can't. People want to hear the good news. Ring, ring, ring the bell. Ukraine is winning. Okay? Ukraine is winning. They are. I don't want to hear it. I want to hear this. Well, technically, in a way, Ukraine is winning. But also, there's still a question here. Because the Institute of War released a report. Let me tell you some of the main takeaways from the Institute of War report that I read today. In preparation for this stream, here are the takeaways. Oh, okay. Cool. Where are you? You on holiday? Here is what has happened in this Institute of War report that suggests that Ukraine may be winning. So Russia's rate of advance has plummeted this spring-summer. SS 2026. Charlie XCX. So Russia is no longer advancing at the same rate. Russia is losing more soldiers to make fewer gains, with monthly Russian casualties reportedly outpacing monthly recruitment since December 2025. I did pre-read. Do you guys want to sit and read the Institute of War's report on the Ukraine-Russia conflict with me? I assume not. I pre-read and I get the highlights for you because I'm kind and magnanimous and thoughtful. Also, the Russian casualties per month are about 35,000, which is insane. We're about a week out, I think, from this special military operation lasting as long as World War I. And I think there's something like 400,000 civilian casualties. Avocadorable. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? I did pre-read. Hey, impreg. I have no knowledge of what that means, of course, because I'm a serious person who has no idea what that could ever mean. Impreg. If I didn't pre-read a little bit of Magnifica Humanitas, how was I able to say that my favorite passage is from paragraph 99 through to 189? How would I be able to say that if I didn't do a little pre-skim? But I pre-read Magnifica Humanitas so that I could tell you, hey, this is lit. So lit, in fact, that we should read it again together, because I know you won't read it independently. We have to do some co-reading together. But the Institute of War's report on the special military operation, we didn't need to read together. Hardest thing about a 3-day military operation is the second decade. So I've been told. I love Leo. Ride or die. That's my boy. That's my pope. That's my Pope. Hashtag my Pope. Yeah, that's such a good point, Iguana. Yeah, Tom. Don't give a fuck. Okay, Joe, I don't need to know that thing you've just told me about the divide symbol. Sometimes you guys give me knowledge. You tell me shit about the Crusades. You tell me all this shit. I didn't need to know that. Not because it's offensive, not because it's bad, I've told you that I quit the craft of mathematics years ago. I've expressed that. You know? I left the dark arts of mathematics in my past. Don't tell me of their spells. Leo is a Virgo, isn't he? I bet he has a very strong morning routine. In my undergrad? No. In high school. I didn't do maths in my undergrad. I did a unit on game theory, which I dropped out of because it was too much maths. I was like, this is not what I expected. I do some prop logic. I did some prop logic, obviously, with philosophy, which is similar-ish to maths in a way, maybe, because it's logic. But even that, anyone who does prop logic outside of it, if you're not in a situation that directly calls for it, if you're not in like a philosophy classroom and someone starts doing prop logic, punch them in the fucking face. That's my advice. You don't have to take it. But genuinely, if someone starts doing prop logic around you and you're not in like a seminar, punch them in the fucking face. They deserve it. Punch them. I'm not kidding. Oh yeah, actually, wait, fuck. Nathan apologized for being a man earlier, and I literally was talking about this today. I said, I make all the men apologize to me in stream for being men. And my friend was like, no way. And I said, yeah, I do. And they were like, no way. And I was like, I will take a photo tonight. Fuck, did I miss it? I literally, yeah, hang on. Okay, let me take a photo of Nathan's apology. Okay, and now I'll take a photo of Wallach's apology. If you're a man and you are currently watching my stream, please apologize for what you've done. Thank you. I can't believe I almost forgot. That's right. Thanks, guys. God, it's amazing how people say that, you know, like they underwrite. Thank you, Sir Supersteiner. I'll also accept subscriptions, of course. You know, if you don't want to say sorry, you can just give me money. That works too. But did you know the decline of Kiev Rus was led by the Fourth Crusade? You know what? You guys and these fucking crusades, I told you, if it didn't happen after 1945, I'm not interested. After that bachelor party. Yeah, you should, Tom. I don't even want to know what you dirty fucks got up to, but I'm sure it was no good. Pope Leo would be ashamed of you. Anyway, thanks, guys. It's crazy. You wouldn't think that a blanket apology for being born a man would have much of an impact, but it really does lift my spirits and lighten the load of this stream. I am feeling much better. I don't care about those. You know why I started in 1945? I just completely trust, after those apologies, I can give you guys a compliment. Pre-1945, I completely trust men to have that covered. You got it. I know you love it. I know you want to tell me. I know you want to tell me about what happened in World War I. I don't need to learn. It's fine because you already know and you're going to tell me. So why do I need to pre-learn? You get so upset with me. You're like, oh, she pre-read it. Oh, she pre-watched it. But you want me to pre-learn history that a man is obviously going to teach me? That's ridiculous. What is this hypocrisy? A man will teach me this. He will be possessed and suddenly he'll be like, oh, Duke Ferdinand. Who's he? Don't you want me to be able to be like, oh my God, who's he? You want to take that from another man. It's disgusting. You should be ashamed of yourselves. You should apologize again for the crimes you commit against other men. I take care of everything from the Cold War forward. Okay? Men tend to drop off a bit there. They continue to show interest, but it's more in terms of the toys that are involved. Sorry, Wallach. They like the toys and where the toys sit and what the toys do. But I take care of the politics. But pre-1945... Wait. Can I just be very clear? Can I be very clear? I'm interested... I'm fully briefed and fully have a comprehensive knowledge of the Holocaust. I just want to make that very clear. How do I say pre-1943? I'm not interested. Just to cover our bases. Okay, guys, I'm trying to tell you about how Ukraine's winning the war, and you're all wanting to, once again, tell me about the fucking crusades. Do you see how you're the problem? Wait, I want to take a photo of Liddy's. Okay. People are always talking about this, how men can't focus, how they're too emotional. Not fit for leadership. No, Wallach. I, once again, have fallen victim to the use of hyperbole to make stream exciting. God forbid I wanted a good news story. God forbid I wanted to say Ukraine won. I just want to tell you what happened. Guys, why is there a knot in my hair? Disgusting. I just want to tell you what happened in this thing. Okay, so Russia's no longer advancing, right? At the same rate. Advancing slower. More, for the amount that they're advancing, they're losing more soldiers. So they're struggling a bit, okay? They are not keeping up with recruitment at the level that they're having casualties. Ukraine has also started to regain more ground than it is losing. Big deal. For the first time since... Is everything wobbling? Yeah, it is. My table isn't steady. Regaining more ground than it's losing for the first time since 2023. Ukraine's recent counterattacks feature unique characteristics and deviate from key trends that defined the positional characteristics, hello Elliot, of the war since 2023. So they're trying new things. They're getting exciting, introducing things. Ukraine is conducting a pattern of more frequent mechanized counterattacks at the tactical level for the first time since 2023. So I assume this is not just the drones, but also the unmanned autonomous vehicles. The Ukrainian command's operation planning is maturing, according to the report. Ukraine's early 2026 counterattack in the south were successful, likely due to better planning and preparation on the battlefield. So things are they're getting more W's, and Russia is slowing down, and more people are dying, and they're not really getting anywhere. Ukraine has been destroying Russia's air defenses in a coherent and sustained way since 2025, and they've intensified their intermediate range strike campaign against dynamic targets in this spring in order to degrade Russia's logistics at an operational depth ahead of any planned Ukrainian maneuver. Ukrainian forces started to actively disrupt Russian railway logistics in occupied Ukraine and Russian western regions in spring 2026. Ukraine's intermediate range strike are achieving notable operational effects, including degrading Russia's ability to use key Russian highways connecting Russia to occupied Crimea and the Donetsk city. Exactly, yes. So Russia's not winning as in Russia's winning like very close to a W. Russia's winning as in Russia's... Ukraine is... See, we're getting late. It's getting late. Ukraine is up. That's what we're saying. Ukrainian forces have decisively seized the initiative in intermediate range strikes by fielding new technologies such as the Hornet strike UAVs, and they're achieving temporary tactical drone overmatch on some frontline sectors. Yeah, but the GCC investment isn't the hugest thing. Okay, I trust you on these air-related issues and sea-related issues. Yeah, but basically, lots is going on there. Report aside, the reason that I know they're winning is because Russia is threatening to bomb the shit out of Kyiv and saying we'll kill the European and American diplomats if they're there, and kind of threatening to invade Europe. Kind of the moves as someone who's fucking losing. People who aren't losing don't panic and overreact and start lashing out. Me to a seagull. I trust you in air and sea related issues. That's so funny. Yeah, Putin can't handle that he's losing. He's freaking out. Like it is so crazy to be like, hey, we'll kill your diplomats, by the way. I don't give a fuck. We'll kill them. Well, it's not even just that. That's John. What I think is so fascinating about the drones and the anti-drone, the shaheeds and stuff. Words. Is it Ukraine needing much more help than they received in this conflict? Watching Zelensky, shuttle bus around the world, begging for more help, begging for greater assistance, has not only now regained a footing in the war, but has created an economic industry for themselves, which has kind of, like, that's insane to me, that it's like not only have we been able to find our way back onto our feet by ourselves, essentially. I know, Wallach, I know. 3% GDP, I know. But nowhere to the extent that they have felt that they needed help have they received the help that they have requested, right? Whether that be because for political reasons people aren't willing to push things further, or if that's because people just haven't wanted to take the financial hit of helping, right? But not only have they been able to find their footing and get the upper hand back to an extent in this conflict, but they've become industry leaders. They've created an entire funding. What becomes of this war-centered industry after the war is done? Well, I don't really know, because I don't really know about defense materials industry. Here's the thing, though, Joe, and I'm going to say something deeply, not ironic. What's the word? Sardonic, dark. I mean, how many defense materials companies not only exist but continue to profit when no war occurs? People will simply make wars. Now, I'm not saying that Ukraine will make a war so that they continue to sell their Shahed drones or their defense against such drones. I'm saying that I have never gone to sleep at night shaking in my boots, concerned about what will happen to the defense materials companies when the wars end. This isn't something I concern myself with. This isn't something that keeps me awake. Because somehow throughout all of history, they've managed to keep on selling their product. Eric Schmidt. I don't like that guy. He's on my list of guys. My roster. I don't like that guy. God damn it. Well, Teresk is coming here now and telling us the beautiful and hopeful solution to what defense materials companies do when the war ends. But does the war ever end? War is over. No, it's not. Never is. There's always a situation to monitor. Yes. So, not good for Putin to be threatening to bomb Kyiv. It's interesting as well, and I don't know if someone knows more about what defense materials Kyiv currently has. I need to look into it a bit more. We might watch a Preston Stewart video. For all the threatening and the actual bombing of Kyiv, it seems that Zelensky and co. have not crossed the red line of bombing Moscow. From my perspective, they can. I think they do have the defense materials required to bomb Moscow. But they seem to be holding that card. What I said? Why did they not bomb Moscow? That would be a big deal. That would take the war to Russia. And obviously, part of the reason I believe they have the ability to do so is because of the threats that have been made during the May 9 parade, for instance. Any military parades have been like, do not bomb this parade. Like, if you're kind of threatening people to make them not bomb a parade, they must have the ability to bomb the parade, no? So Ukraine must have the ability to bomb Moscow. Oh, they did? Okay. See, and this is why we need to keep our eyes on the Eastern Front. They didn't bomb it in a serious way. They didn't bomb it in a serious way. May 17. A week ago. See, and this is what happens when I take a break. I miss the news. I'm not monitoring the situation. Yeah, it doesn't count because I say it doesn't count. No, it's good that you're a nerd because clearly I thought they had... Why did I think that? I can't pay attention to everything. It's all right. I'm a human being. I took my eyes off the Eastern Front. I thought all was quiet on the Eastern Front. I thought it was quiet. They bombed it in a kind of joking way. That doesn't count. Yeah, but they're gonna... what do we think? I think, so a dormitory was bombed by Ukraine. To be fair, in occupied Ukraine, but in Ukraine all the same, a dormitory was bombed in occupied Ukraine and 21 Russian students died. Now, Ukraine is arguing that they were conscripts, or that they were signing up to help the war effort. So they were meaningful targets. Russia is saying, no, they're students. Now, Russia's making a big deal of this in their own media, which suggests that, to me, that's something you do when you're about to do an attack, because you need to legitimize the attack by saying, look what happened. Look at how we're under attack. So I do think, I don't think the Kyiv thing is a bluff. I think there's some bad news coming for Kyiv, but I do think the Europe stuff is a bluff. But I'm just reacquainting myself with the Ukraine of it all, you know? So I have some videos that I want to watch. Also, you know how I was talking about IR people before, how some of them are like politicians, some of them are political theorists, some of them are from the army. Russia has this big thing that's like an assembly of experts. Huge deal. The assembly of experts is completely divided on how Russia should continue in the special military operation. Some of them are like, you can't achieve any of your war thingies. It's late, guys. I'm running out of the words. Any of the reasons that you were going to go to war, you can't achieve any of them anymore. So you should just give up. And I can't remember his name. Really important Russian political theorist, published in Global Affairs, which is a big journal in Russia, a piece basically saying Russia should give up. And that's a big deal, because it would have gone through a lot of kind of checks to get published. It's a big deal to have that published. Yeah, objectives. Thanks, Tarisk. It's occupied. Exactly, Elliot. I'm like, if you don't want your students bombed in a dorm, why the fuck are they in Ukraine? Why the fuck are you putting students in a dorm in an occupied territory? I don't know. It's funny though, isn't it? What's funny? I don't want to explain what's funny. If you use your mind and you expand it. Oh, there's also this actual article on, no, you know, sorry. Also, Putin, there's this chick, there are some reporters that I'm not sure about. And I save things to read. But that's the other problem. This is something that takes me a lot of time. When a conflict pops up, I have to kind of work out who the trustworthy people are. Sometimes someone looks trustworthy and they write very convincingly, and then you're like, oh my God. But there's a lot of articles I'm reading about Joanna, use your words. Putin losing his mind.
Several of today's...
This guy from the BBC, I like him. And we're just going to watch his little piece, okay? Oh, I haven't seen that at all, Liddy. Okay, I'm going to have to find that. I'll find that tomorrow. I want to read that bad. Here's my friend. This man. Let me turn him up for you guys.
Good morning from Moscow on Tuesday, May the 26th. Coming up, differences of opinion inside Russia on what next for the so-called special military operation. First, several of today's Russian papers publish yesterday's statement by the Russian Foreign Ministry. Here it is in the Russian government paper, Российская газета. It announces Moscow's intention to launch what it calls consistent and systematic strikes on enterprises of the Ukrainian defense industry in Kyiv, including specific...
Well, it's interesting as well when we talk about like the advances that Ukraine has made when it comes to drones and their autonomous unmanned vehicles. Like it's an obvious step that they would make a move on those defense materials?
Facilities for the design, production and programming of drones and their preparation for use. It adds that the strikes will also target decision-making centres and command posts, and it calls on foreign nationals, including diplomats and staff of international organisations, to leave the city as soon as possible. Well, the head of the EU mission in Kiev has already...
Is he trustworthy, or is he an old British man? A question I ask myself every day, amateur, and I'm yet to find out the answer.
He said the EU is not pulling out. Moscow is linking the threatened strikes to what happened in the town of Starobilsk last Friday in Russian-occupied eastern Ukraine, where a college and student dorm was struck. Russian officials say 21 students were killed in a Ukrainian drone attack. Komsomolskaya Pravda today claims Europe and the US do not want to know about the tragedy in Starobilsk because they are accessories to it. There's a lot of talk about exacting revenge. This is the febrile atmosphere we're in right now, more than 4 years after Russia's mass invasion of Ukraine.
4 years.
But as Russia threatens to launch more strikes on Kiev, there is clearly a debate going on inside Russia about where the war goes from here. As Moskovsky Komsomolets reports this morning, the Russian expert community has split over future scenarios for the SMO, the so-called Special Military Operation. It was this split which became the dominant topic at last weekend's assembly of the Council for Foreign and Defence Policy. A political scientist, Alexander Nosovich, puts it like this: the professional community is split between those in favour of continuing the SMO until the stated goals are achieved, and those who believe it's time to end it, because the worst case scenario is not even defeat, it's an endless SMO. And if in previous years the hawks set the tone and soloed at assembly meetings, this time they had to try to persuade and defend themselves.
Interesting.
The writer also refers to a magazine article which is being discussed a lot here right now. It's an article by the political scientist Vasily Kashin, writing for the Russia in Global Affairs journal. And in the article, Vasily Kashin writes this: the goal of eliminating the anti-Russian regime in Ukraine at the
Tyrus, the other thing I like is, okay, he's underlined the quote and then we get the translation of the quote here. And sometimes he'll write on the, the direct translation of the word on the page.
Current stage is fundamentally unachievable without the complete military occupation of the entire country, including the western part, for a long period. For Russia, this is technically impossible. Consequently, this goal can only be considered as an extremely long-term one, but within the framework of the SMO, it is not achievable and should not be mentioned. He adds, hopes for the accession to Russia of new large Ukrainian territories in the event of a hypothetical collapse of the Ukrainian front line look strange. Russia does not have the capacity to sustainably control and manage such territories with a devastated economy and an extremely hostile population. The only way to prevent such a development would have been to implement the SMO as it was likely initially planned, as a bloodless and lightning-fast special operation. And he concludes, we must proceed from the fact that Ukraine will continue to hold the front line for a number of years, nor do we have any reason to expect that the positional impasse in the war in Ukraine will be overcome in the foreseeable future. So far, neither tactical nor technical solutions have been found that would allow a return to mobile warfare in conditions where the battlefield is transparent and where first-person view drones are being used on a gigantic scale without means of combating them.
Putin would have been spitting his eggs out over his breakfast reading this in the paper. Like, this is not a country where this happens. You know, like, this is a huge deal for this to be printed in plain sight for people to read, literally saying it's a failure, it's going to be a failure, continuing it as a failure, it should have been done the way that it was meant to be done. Now we just have to pull out and accept defeat. In the fucking paper. Holy shit. Oh, that's over. Don't worry, I got another one. I know you like BBC Stephen R. I know you like him. Well, guess what? We got another one.
It's Wednesday. Good morning from Moscow, everyone. It's Wednesday, May the 27th. Well, from reading this morning's Russian newspapers, what struck me
Damn, I didn't know that,
was the
Wallach.
tone, the language that is used on Ukraine. Hard line would be an understatement. With Russia threatening a new wave of strikes on Ukraine's capital, Moskovsky Komsomolets writes, "We are finishing off Kiev." Russia's parliament yesterday took the covers off its nuclear rhetoric, claiming that Elon Musk's Starlink had been used for a drone attack on the Starobilsk student dorm. Duma Speaker Vyacheslav Volodin warned this could lead us to using weapons that won't leave any trace of anyone, said Volodin, turning up the rhetoric to the maximum. He added straight away that, of course, we mustn't let things get to that. After Russia's massive attack on Kiev at the weekend, this supplement in Komsomolskaya Pravda declares, "You ain't seen nothing yet."
Damn.
The government paper, Российская газета,
this was why
as an example to show.
This is why I was originally so interested in learning Arabic, because it's like you just miss so much when you can't read in the language that people are talking to one another. Like I had originally ideally desired to learn Arabic and learn Hebrew. There's only so many alphabets you can learn. And it's too hard. Okay? But like, it's crazy that these sort of sentiments like bopping around and you would just miss them if there wasn't someone like this doing this job. Trennan, who's been a hawkish loyalist, really... So that's what I mean. Like, Putin must be losing his goddamn mind. Like this is a man who part of the reason that things have got so bad for him over time is that he has kept a very small circle of people who tell him yes and created that as like the ruling sort of ideology of the country, right? You just keep quiet and you agree. And being in similar way to Netanyahu, coming from the military, coming from an intelligence background, having people in that area tell him he is wrong or he can't win must just make him go a little bit cuckoo. Oh, my joints are starting to get really sore.
What awaits other countries if they continue to increase shipments of drones to Ukraine's army? The rhetoric here has become, I think, even more aggressive, more threatening since the strike on the student hostel in Starobilsk in Russian-occupied eastern Ukraine. Arguments and facts calls that a cynical attack, a Ukrainian attack. Viedomosti reports today that Russia's parliament, the State Duma, has passed a law allowing for the seizure of property of those Russians who've left the country and who discredit the Russian army. Actually, discrediting the Russian army is just one of 14 different violations, which could now result in property and assets being seized inside Russia from Russians who've moved abroad. These violations include abusing media freedom.
What does that mean?
Equating the USSR with Nazi Germany, and spreading information that offends society, the state, Russian state symbols.
What does it mean to abuse media freedom? Abusing media freedom. What does that mean? How dare you speak freely?
RBK quotes Speaker Vyacheslav Volodin as saying that the law targets those who have left the country and continue to harm Russia by making offensive statements against the defenders of Russia or who discredit our country. Kommersant leads with a warning to Armenia. Further rapprochement with the EU threatens Armenia with a complete halt in the supply of gas, oil products and diamonds from Russia. Finally, the Russian government newspaper's supplement, The Week, turns its attention to who is going to be the next 007 and concludes that Harris Dickinson would be ideal as the new James Bond.
Yes, agreed. I love the idea of Harris Dickinson as the new Bond. Absolutely agree. I don't agree with Russia on much. Putin's a Libra too. Oh my God. So that's so funny because I was just thinking today how much he and Netanyahu have in common. And there you go. They're the same star sign as well. Yeah, the narrative slipping is extremely interesting. Extremely interesting. Thoughts on Putin's visit to China? I felt he didn't get what he wanted. One thing is, the first things I do whenever I open up a textbook in another country is check the sources to see if it has sources from the country it's covering. If it doesn't, into the trash it goes. Interesting. You're sending your sister-in-law my way to teach. I would actually love to talk to your sister-in-law. So I don't speak Russian. I wish I did. I can say certain things. But I wish говорю по-русски. I want to, I can say like very basic. Okay, no. Joanna, don't oversell it. I would like to talk to your sister-in-law because I learn languages best through conversation. I like talking in other languages, and I would love to talk to someone in Russian. I would learn independently and then have conversations, and then I would get so good, and everyone would be like, wow. You know, when I went to drama school, my teachers were Russian. They spent a lot of time speaking in Russian, and expected us to understand them. Very odd. I will tell you that. It's just we had translators, but they were young boys, like 20-year-old boys, who sometimes just fucking stopped translating. But they would continue to just talk at us in Russian, and we were just expected to understand. And so over time, you start to understand bits and pieces. Like obviously, because I'm a goody two shoes. I know молодец means, good job. Давай. I know what that means. I'm moving. Don't you worry. But and also my nickname was Solnichka, which means sunshine, I believe. Well, my teacher Misha called me Solnichka, and he's dead now. But как дела? Хорошо. How do you say thank you? Спасибо. Хорошо, спасибо. So I can, I would like to talk to you. I would love to speak better Russian. I used to speak more, but now I speak. But then, you say как дела, and I realize, oh, wait, hang on, I do remember things. How do you say it? What's the main way you say hello? Not привет. The way that sounds a bit weird. My chat is scrolled up. I'm not looking. I'm not cheating. Привет. You say it by saying здравствуйте. Здравствуйте. Как дела? Хорошо, спасибо. Доброе утро. See, look at me go. Я тебя люблю. Здравствуйте. До свидания. I'm going to до свидания out of here soon because my bones are getting sore, guys. I ate too much sugar today. I'll be the first to admit it. I ate naughty with Pixel and I can't stop eating naughty. Now I'm back. I need to lock in. We're going to watch a Preston video. I don't know if I want to watch a Preston video. Maybe I'll just leave it because it's like I need to get better at just being more consistent. And who cares if I make it all the way to 4 hours? I like watching Russian movies. I love Russian film. The only problem is they don't talk all the time. Okay. She's super special and super smart and super brilliant, as I would expect your sister-in-law to be. We got so many language classes to do. There's a woman, she teaches me to say things like, she teaches me how to be mean in Russian. I follow her on TikTok. I love learning how to be mean in languages. I like to learn how to be mean and how to flirt, and they're the only two things you really need. But yeah, my teacher Misha, the one who called me Solnichka, he used to say, stretch up like a big, big kid, and down. Stretch up like a big, big kid, and down. Also, so my history teacher was a guy named Anatoly Smilyansky, who literally worked at the I must have the biggest fucking file. He worked at the Kremlin. He was like the minister for arts. And I was with them at Harvard in 2014. And that's when the plane got shot down. And he was like, yes. He was telling me, he's like, the thing you have to understand about Putin is he's a very, very lonely man. And at the time, like, I'm an actor, I'm a drama student. And obviously, I've already done my undergrad in IR, so I know that Putin is bad. And you also don't need a degree in international relations to know that Putin is a bad guy. But he was so compelling in that moment. I was like, yeah. He really tapped into my strong, I can fix him impulse with you got to understand that Putin's a lonely guy. I was like, yeah, that's it. That's it, he's lonely. Of course. Why didn't I think of this sooner? I don't think that's... No, with the wisdom of age, I don't think that's it. I don't think the special military operation is a symptom of Putin's loneliness. But I do think what could follow could potentially be a symptom of Putin's madness. Putin, the thing as well is, like, I know this is a very artistic and a wishy-washy diagnosis, but I do think that legacy is a figure that haunts you. And as you grow older and older, that figure gets closer and closer, stalking you. And okay, once again, this is partly an insight from rewatching Banshees of Inisherin. This idea of legacy and running out of time. And, you know, with someone like Putin, I think knowing that this operation will completely tar his legacy, something that he worked extremely hard to cultivate over his years in leadership. Same with Netanyahu being Minister of Security, you know. These last couple of years haven't been amazing for him. Arguably, some could say they've been the best. But I'm a big fan of Martin McDonagh, Joe. The thing is, Martin McDonagh is a playwright first and foremost, so depends what kind of storytelling you like. It's very dialogue heavy because that's how plays are written. Plays are oral, films are visual. If you like visual storytelling, this won't be the movie for you. You also need to, if you're not used to Irish people, you need to give 7 to 10 minutes to let the Irish, to hear it properly, to let your ear settle to the Irish. Yeah, I think even though loneliness can't explain the actions of Putin, I think legacy will explain some of his actions moving forward, because I think it haunts and torments men as they go into old age. No, I tried to get my mum to watch it. She's like, what's the movie about? And I was like, it's about friends. It's about two friends. And they kind of stop being friends. Why? And I was like, well, that's a great question, Mum. That's kind of the key question of the film. I don't want to tell you anymore because it will give it away. But I find I really am a big fan of Banshees in terms of McDonagh's film work. I think it's probably my favorite because I just find, look, now that you haven't seen it, I don't want to spoil it, but I could talk about that movie for a week. I could talk about the themes for a week. I could talk about images in the film that I think mean something. I just wish I could sit with Martin. I want to sit with Martin and be like, hey, did this mean this? You meant this, right? This here meant this. Because in one sense, it's about Ireland itself after the War of Independence, or during the War of Independence. But it's also about friendship. It's about age and legacy. It's about what does it mean to be good, right? One of my fundamentally favorite questions to be explored in art. What does it mean to be good? The one character is constantly asserting that he is good and nice. But what does that mean? And are there requirements in our environment that make us good and nice? And also it's this Irish, so, dull and despair, waiting to die, basically. That's always a good... Yeah, return, Joe. Oh, God, that sounds so good. Oh, that sounds so good, Ali. I used to have dreams of living on Venice Beach in California. There's a different version of me. I wonder what she's up to. Being an authoritarian strongman has got to be lonely, irrespective of whoever they are. I imagine it's hard to make genuine connection. Yeah, I also think it's like you can't trust anyone. You've set up a thing where someone's always going to try and undermine you, where people are afraid of you, so you also can't trust that they're like, yeah, it's lonely, but it's the loneliness of one's own choosing and making. That, well, Spiro, my mind, I'm so sorry, but like, one of the most confusing events in living history for me is whatever the fuck happened with Prigozhin. He has kids. Putin, he don't like him. He also has a dog. Every time I see him with a dog, he gets a dog as a gift from China, I think. It's so cute. Yeah, where it was like, he literally, Prigozhin got to, where was he going? Moscow, St. Petersburg? He got there. He was there. He was at the gate. And then was just like, you know what? I'd rather be killed in a plane crash. No, I understand. I understand the coup attempt. I don't understand the stop. I don't understand getting there and being like, you know what? Not really into it. Are you talking about Michael Burns movie? I really want to see that, but I'm not in California. Literally every time he posts about it, I want to write, I would come if I were there. Thank you, A-Star. Mwah, thank you. Yeah, it's a great way to be lonely. Just play a little fake coup. He got right up to Moscow and he's like, oh, fuck, I forgot my fucking keys. I really want to go. I wish if getting to California didn't cost me $3,000, then I would go so quickly to that movie premiere. It's so impressive to me, especially as someone who wants to make movies. To just do it, it's like thick as shit. Very impressive and very cool, and I wish I could go. Ali, as I have mentioned before, I will work with people when I have more to offer. But currently, I don't like being in situations where I feel like people are doing me a massive favor. And like, I work with him to the extent that anyone who isn't watching his content should be watching his content. The piece on 9/11, and the Justin Bieber Coachella performance was so good. So it's not from like a lack of interest in working with him. I just want to be in a position where I have more to offer people back, you know? But I fear I must go to bed. It's 4 a.m. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. conversation got boring. That's how you feel. You're like, Joe, why are you talking about Putin being lonely? Well, I'm sorry, it was brought up with me by good old Professor Smelinsky. And at the time, it felt so persuasive. Also, my rheumatoid arthritis is not good today because I keep eating all that sugar. Okay, sugar embargo. Someone put a sanction on me eating sugar, please. Alrighty, I am not reading because I never read. And I'm going to bed. And it's good to see you all. And I'll see you all again. Wait. Thank you very much to everyone who subbed or gifted a sub during this stream. That meant a lot to me too. Because it makes me feel good. If a Gemini gets lonely and is bilingual, do all their different personalities talk to each other in other tongues? No. A Gemini wouldn't be able to keep up with that. That would be too complicated for a Gemini. Exactly, Wallach. Okay, I gotta go before I start saying nonsense. Okay. Oh, song. Oh my God. Thank you, amateur. I see I have a stream song. I forgot we do the goodbye song. Hey, this was really fun. We hope you liked it too. Seems like we've just begun when suddenly we're through. Goodbye, goodbye, good friends, goodbye. For now it's time to go. But hey, I say, well, that's okay. 'Cause I'll see you very soon, I know. Very soon, I know. Hey, Empreg, before I went on my little artistic liberty spree, I actually streamed almost 3 times a week for months. So, that shows you. Okay.